Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I'm going to start by saying that I'm sorry. This isn't one of those tales where I'm passing some nightmare from my mind into yours for cheap thrills. This is something that needs to be documented. Something that people should know about. I'm Palestinian, born and raised in Ramallah. We have our own version of the dogmen that Americans whisper about around campfires. We call it the Gulf Alpha. Growing up, I dismissed it as folklore, a story passed down through generations to frighten children into staying indoors after dark. According to the stories, one of the high-ranking members in Hamas, who was also part of a secretive organization called the Directorate of Paranormal Defense, supposedly struck a deal with non-human intelligent creatures. These beings were covered in fur and could speak Pasinda, an ancient dialect that few Palestinians still understand. To me, this always sounded like propaganda designed to instill hope, a narrative suggesting we had powerful allies beyond human understanding. It seemed like psychological warfare, a way to make our enemies believe we had supernatural support. I never believed any of it. Not until May of 2023, when I traveled to America and experienced something that shattered my understanding of reality. My cousin Fareed and I arrived in Michigan to film his documentary about diaspora experiences. He'd been living in America for 15 years, working as an independent filmmaker. I came to help with production and to experience America firsthand. We rented a cabin at Higgins Lake, surrounded by nearly 500 kilometers of dense forest, with numerous caves scattered throughout the wilderness. The cabin was isolated, positioned on the northeastern shore where few tourists ventured. It was perfect for filming, remote, atmospheric, and untouched by modern development. During our first 3 weeks, everything progressed smoothly. We filmed during daylight and sometimes captured night scenes when the script required it. I should have recognized the signs in Fareed's behavior. The way he insisted on certain filming locations. How he seemed to study the forest with anticipation rather than artistic consideration. But I was too busy learning about camera work and adjusting to the unsettling silence of American wilderness. So different from the constant background noise of Ramallah. It began on the 3rd day of our 4th week. We were packing equipment after filming a particularly challenging scene near a rock formation about half a kilometer from the cabin. The sun had already set, leaving us in that peculiar twilight where shadows grow long and the mind begins to play tricks. As I disconnected the boom microphone, I heard it. Scratching sounds followed by low, guttural growls coming from the dense tree line about 30 meters away. The sounds weren't like anything I'd heard before, not quite wolf, not quite bear, but something that seemed to contain elements of both. I froze, my body tensing as primal fear surged through me. "Fareed," I whispered, "do you hear that?" When I turned to look at him, what I saw confused me more than the sounds. Fareed appeared calm, almost peaceful. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he just heard the voice of an old friend calling his name. His reaction was so incongruous with the menacing sounds that I questioned my own hearing. "It's just the wind moving through the trees," he said dismissively. "Or maybe a raccoon. Come on, let's finish packing." But I knew what I heard wasn't wind or a small forest animal. The growls had intelligence behind them, a deliberate quality that made the hairs on my arms stand up. This continued for 6 consecutive nights. Always between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. Always when we were alone, and always with Fareed displaying that unsettling calmness in response. I began to have trouble sleeping. When darkness fell, I would lie awake, my ears straining to catch those sounds again. Sometimes they would come from different directions, as if whatever made them was circling our cabin, studying us. Other times there would be silence so absolute it felt manufactured, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. On the 7th night, I confronted Fareed. "There's something out there, something that's following us." He looked at me with an expression I couldn't decipher. Perhaps there is, he said quietly. But not everything unknown is dangerous. His cryptic response only intensified my unease. On the morning of the 8th day after the first incident, I discovered something that turned my fear into terror. Large scratch marks ran down the eastern side of the cabin, deep gouges in the wood that could not have been made by any common forest animal. They started about 7 feet high and ran almost to the ground, as if something very tall had dragged massive claws downward with considerable force. When Fareed saw them, his reaction stunned me. His eyes welled up, but not with fear. They appeared to be tears of joy or relief. He quickly composed himself when he noticed my stare. "Probably just a bear," he said, his voice betraying an emotion I couldn't identify. "We should report it to the ranger station." But we never did report it. Fareed always found excuses to delay the call, and eventually, the subject was dropped entirely. I began to document everything. I took photos of the scratch marks with my phone and started keeping a journal of the sounds and their timing. I noted Fareed's strange reactions, his seemingly choreographed movements through the forest when we filmed, almost as if he was performing for an audience we couldn't see. On the 14th day, while filming near a small clearing, I noticed clumps of fur caught in a thornback strawberry bush. The fur was thick and coarse, dark brown with hints of gray, too large to belong to any normal woodland creature in the area. When I pointed it out to Fareed, he muttered something under his breath that sounded like kumatulo. The word meant nothing to me, but he spoke it with reverence. I collected some of the fur in a plastic bag when Fareed wasn't looking. That night, alone in my room, I examined it under the small microscope we had brought for documenting interesting natural elements for the film. What I saw made no scientific sense. The hair structure didn't match any North American mammal I could identify through online research. My mind began constructing explanations. An escaped exotic animal, perhaps, or some undocumented species. But deep down, I knew these rationalizations were just attempts to avoid confronting a more terrifying possibility. 3 days later, on day 17 of our ordeal, I saw it. I had woken before dawn, restless from another night of intermittent sleep punctuated by distant howls. I made coffee and stepped onto the back porch to watch the sunrise over the lake. The morning mist hung low over the water, creating an otherworldly landscape of gray and silver. Movement at the tree line caught my eye, something large and dark, partially obscured by fog and distance. At first, I thought it was a wolf. But as I squinted through the morning haze, my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. The creature stood upright on 2 legs. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with a distinctly canine head atop a muscular, fur-covered body that seemed to blend elements of human and wolf anatomy. Its proportions were wrong in ways that made my stomach lurch. Arms too long, shoulders too broad, legs bent at angles that suggested both human and quadrupedal design. For several seconds it remained motionless, staring directly at me across the clearing. Then it dropped to all fours and vanished into the trees with impossible speed. My coffee mug shattered on the deck. I hadn't even realized I'd dropped it. I stumbled back inside, heart hammering against my ribs. Fareed emerged from his room, alerted by the noise. "What happened? Are you hurt?" he asked, but his eyes held knowledge, not concern. "I saw something," I stammered. "Behind the cabin, a wolf, but it stood up, on 2 legs, like a man." Instead of dismissing my claim or expressing shock, Fareed calmly guided me to the couch and sat beside me. "Tell me exactly what you saw," he said quietly. I described the creature in detail, my voice shaking. When I finished, Fareed didn't speak for several minutes. Then he sighed deeply, as if coming to a decision. "What I'm about to tell you will sound impossible," he began. "But after what you've seen, perhaps you'll be more willing to listen than you were as a child." Farid told me the same story I'd heard throughout my childhood, about Palestine making a pact with beings called the Gulf Alpha. But this time, sitting in that cabin thousands of miles from home with the memory of what I'd just witnessed burning in my mind, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. The Directorate of Paranormal Defense wasn't propaganda, Farid explained. It was real, a secret division established during the 1960s after several encounters with non-human entities in the caves near Jericho. According to Farid, the Gulf Alpha were an ancient species that had existed alongside humans for millennia, remaining hidden by choice. They possessed intelligence equal to or greater than humans, and had developed their own language and culture. They weren't supernatural beings but biological entities that had evolved along a different path. In 1967, after the Six-Day War, we were desperate. A high-ranking official named Ibrahim Nassar encountered a group of Gulf Alpha while hiding in a cave system. Instead of fleeing or fighting, he attempted communication. Over time, they developed a rudimentary means of understanding each other. Eventually, a pact was formed. The agreement was simple but profound. The Gulf Alpha would provide intelligence and occasional intervention in exchange for protection of their remaining territories and recognition of their sovereignty as a non-human nation. But why would they help us? I asked, still struggling to accept this revelation. Because they were also being displaced, Farid said solemnly. Their territories were shrinking worldwide as human development expanded. They saw in our struggle a reflection of their own. Farid explained that the Gulf Alpha had clans across the globe, including North America. The Michigan clan was particularly strong, having adapted to the dense forests and cave systems of the Upper Peninsula. This documentary was never just about diaspora, Farid admitted. I was sent to establish contact with the Michigan clan, to renew old alliances. I stared at him, feeling betrayed and frightened. You used me. I brought you because you're family, he countered, and because it's time you understood the truth about our history, about what we're fighting to protect. I wanted to believe it was all an elaborate hoax or that Farid had lost his mind. But I had seen the creature with my own eyes. The scratch marks, the fur, the sounds in the night. All of it suddenly formed a terrifying pattern of truth. Why are you telling me this now? I asked. Because they're coming tonight, Farid said, and they want to meet you. The day passed in a blur. Farid attempted to teach me basic phrases in Pasinda, explaining that it was a language developed specifically for communication between humans and Gulf Alpha, accommodating both species' vocal capabilities. As darkness fell, my anxiety grew until I could barely breathe. Part of me wanted to flee, to run from the cabin and never look back, but a deeper part needed to know the truth, to confirm with my own eyes what Farid had told me. At midnight, Farid called me outside to watch the stars, as we don't get much opportunity for stargazing in the light-polluted skies of Ramallah. The night was clear and cold, the Milky Way stretching across the sky in a brilliant band of light. We sat in silence for nearly an hour before I heard rustling from the direction of the forest. My muscles tensed, ready to run, but Farid placed a restraining hand on my arm. "Don't move suddenly," he whispered. They interpret rapid movement as aggression. From the darkness emerged a figure that seemed to absorb the surrounding night. It was the creature I had seen that morning, but now I could see it clearly. Standing fully upright, it was nearly 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur with silver-gray streaks along its shoulders and back. Its face was a disturbing blend of wolf and human features, expressive eyes set in a long muzzle, ears that swiveled independently to track sounds. Behind it came 2 smaller figures, similar in appearance but not as imposing. They remained at the edge of the clearing, watching cautiously. I was paralyzed with terror, but Farid stood calmly and spoke words I recognized from our earlier lesson. "Gumadulo," he said, a greeting that roughly translated to "under peaceful skies." The largest creature tilted its head, then responded in a voice that was deep and rumbling yet clearly articulated. "Visan tu malak, camarade." That is Pasinda for, It's been so long, friend. Farid approached the creature without hesitation. I wanted to scream for him to stop, certain I was about to witness his death. But the creature made no aggressive moves. Instead, it lowered its head slightly in what appeared to be a gesture of respect. They conversed in Pacinda for several minutes while I remained frozen in place. Then Farid turned to me and beckoned. "They want to meet you," he said. "Don't run. They'll perceive it as a threat." My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to stand. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but I managed to take several stiff steps forward until I stood beside Farid, trembling visibly. "Ha, piede camarade," Farid said, which he had taught me meant, "Hello, comrade." He nudged me gently. With a dry mouth and racing heart, I repeated the phrase, mangling the pronunciation in my terror. The creature made a sound that might have been laughter, a huffing, chuffing noise that sent shivers through my body. Then it spoke directly to me in Pacinda, words I couldn't understand. Its breath smelled of pine and something metallic. Farid translated. "He says you have the scent of the old lands. You remind him of those who first made the pact." The creature reached out a massive hand, more paw than human appendage with retractable claws that could easily tear flesh, and held it palm up before me. Farid nodded encouragingly. With the greatest effort of will I've ever mustered, I slowly placed my hand atop its palm. The fur was coarse but warm. I could feel tremendous strength beneath it, muscles that could tear me apart without effort. We remained like that for perhaps 10 seconds before the creature withdrew its hand and stepped back. It spoke again to Farid, who bent down to address the two smaller Gulfalfa that had remained at a distance. I couldn't hear what was said, but when Farid straightened, he spoke the words, "Paz fakal hirda." May we meet again under favorable circumstances. The creatures melted back into the forest with barely a sound, leaving me shaking in the clearing, struggling to process what had just occurred. "They've been here longer than us," Farid explained as we sat in the cabin afterward, a bottle of whiskey between us. I had downed 3 shots in quick succession, trying to steady my nerves. The Gulfalfa have inhabited this continent for thousands of years, long before European settlers arrived. According to Farid, the Michigan clan had been particularly affected by human expansion. Logging, mining, and development had destroyed much of their territory. They had been forced to adapt, to become more nocturnal, to hide in the most remote areas. "The one you met is called Varkan. He's the leader of this clan," Farid said. "The smaller ones were his offspring." "Why did you really bring me here?" I asked, still feeling betrayed despite the wonder of what I'd experienced. Farid's expression grew serious. "Because our connection with the Gulfalfa is dying. The old ones who established the pact are gone. The new generation doesn't believe, doesn't understand the importance of maintaining these alliances." He poured another shot. "I was tasked with documenting the Michigan clan, confirming their continued existence, and renewing our pledge of mutual aid. But I was also supposed to identify potential new ambassadors who could carry on this work. The implication hung in the air between us. "You want me to become involved in this," I stated, not a question. "You've seen them now. You know they're real. Can you go back to your life pretending they don't exist?" Farid challenged. I thought about it for a long time before answering. "What exactly is the nature of this mutual aid? What do we provide them, and what do they do for us?" Farid hesitated. "It's complicated. We help protect their territories from development through various means, sometimes legal, sometimes not. We provide information about human activities that might threaten them. In return, they share knowledge, act as sentinels in remote areas, and occasionally intervene in situations where human methods have failed." "Intervene how?" I pressed. "There's a reason certain military operations have failed inexplicably in our territories," Farid said quietly. "Why some soldiers return with stories of monsters they encountered in the darkness. The implications of what he was saying made my stomach turn. These creatures were being used as weapons, or were using us to further their own agenda. The stories in America, I said slowly. The Dogman sightings, the attacks. Not all clans honor the original agreements, Farid admitted. Some have gone rogue, become hostile to all humans. Others protect their territory more aggressively than we would prefer. I thought of the countless reports of encounters with dogman-like creatures across America. The fear, the trauma, sometimes the violence. We're responsible for this, I whispered. No, Farid said firmly. They existed long before our pact, but our alliance may have emboldened some clans, given them ideas about interacting with humans that have had unintended consequences. That night marked the end of my old life, the life where the world made sense, where monsters existed only in stories and films. Everything changed once I accepted the reality of the Gulf Alpha. We stayed at Higgins Lake for another 2 weeks. During that time, I met with Varkon and his clan 3 more times. Farid taught me more Pacinda, enough to communicate basic concepts. I learned about their history, their culture, their struggle to survive in a world increasingly dominated by humans. They were intelligent and complex beings, capable of sophisticated thought and emotion. They had their own art forms, their own belief systems, their own understanding of the world that was both alien and familiar. But I also learned darker truths. The Michigan clan was one of the more peaceful groups, but others had become increasingly hostile toward humans as their territories were destroyed. Some had taken to hunting humans who ventured into what they considered their domain. The day before we left, Varkon brought me a gift, a small carved stone pendant in the shape of a wolf's head. When I accepted it, he spoke words that Farid translated. You now walk between worlds. This burden brings both power and danger. As we drove away from Higgins Lake, I asked Farid the question that had been haunting me. What happens now? That depends on you, he replied. You can try to forget what you've seen, return to your old life. Many have tried. Few succeed. And the alternative? You become part of the network. You help maintain the balance, ensure the pact is honored on both sides. I fingered the stone pendant around my neck. These attacks in America, can they be stopped? Perhaps, Farid said. With better communication, with renewed understanding on both sides. The hostility comes from fear and loss. If we can address those underlying causes. I thought about the implications of what I now knew, about the responsibility that came with this knowledge. I need time, I said finally. Farid nodded. Take it, but not too much. The world is changing quickly, and the Gulf Alpha are running out of places to hide. Decisions will be made with or without your input. Now, months later, I sit writing this account, still uncertain of my path forward. I understand why I began with an apology. Knowledge is a burden, especially knowledge that reshapes your understanding of reality. If you've heard stories of dogman encounters, of unexplained creatures that seem neither fully animal nor human, know that there may be more truth to them than you've allowed yourself to believe. And know that somewhere, decisions are being made about these beings that could affect us all. I don't know if exposing this truth is the right thing to do, but I do know that ignorance is no longer an option for me. And perhaps it shouldn't be for you, either. The stone pendant sits beside me as I write these words. Sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, I swear I can hear it whisper in a language I'm still learning to understand. A language that might help bridge the gap between two species that have shared this world for millennia, yet remain strangers to one another. A language that might prevent more violence, more fear, or that might finally bring everything crashing down around us all. God help us if I choose wrong. I've been telling this story for 15 years now, and each time I do, I notice how people's faces change when I get to the part about the eyes. That shift from casual interest to something deeper, something primal that recognizes truth when it hears it. This happened in September 2008, when I was 26 years old, living in a small cabin community outside Jamestown, Colorado, with my two closest friends, Vincent and Diego. The old Barkay Ranch isn't what most people picture when they hear ranch. Forget the pastoral meadows and grazing cattle. This place spans over 4,000 acres of the most unforgiving mountain terrain in northern Colorado. Granite spires jut from the earth like broken teeth, and James Creek cuts a savage path through canyon walls that seem to press closer together with each passing season. The locals have stories about this place that stretch back to the earliest mining days, stories that make grown men avoid certain sections of the property after dark. Vincent had been living up there for 3 months, house-sitting for a guy who'd inherited the main cabin from his uncle. The cabin sat perched on a ridge about 7 miles west of Jamestown, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that became impassable once the snow started. Vincent loved the isolation, claimed it helped him write better music. Diego and I would make the drive up there most weekends, bringing supplies and staying until Sunday evening when the weight of Monday morning jobs would drag us back to civilization. The wildlife in that area is unlike anything I've encountered elsewhere in Colorado. During our weekend visits, we'd routinely see fresh tracks from mountain lions, bears, and wolves. The forest ranger we'd met at the Mercantile Cafe had warned us about the mountain lion population specifically. "They're different up there," he'd said, nursing a beer and speaking in the low, careful tone of someone who'd seen things that defied easy explanation. "Bigger, more aggressive, and they've started hunting in groups." That should have been warning enough, but when you're young and feel invincible, you tend to dismiss the concerns of older, more experienced people. We'd had our share of encounters with wildlife during our time at the ranch, but nothing that had genuinely frightened us. A few times we'd heard the distinctive scream of a mountain lion echoing through the canyon at night, but the sound always seemed to come from a safe distance. On that particular weekend in September, Diego and I had driven up Saturday morning, expecting to find Vincent working on a new song. Instead, we found a note taped to the cabin door. "Gone to Boulder for supplies. Back Sunday evening. Make yourselves at home. V." We should have turned around and driven back to town. That's what sensible people would have done. Instead, we decided to stay the night and surprise Vincent when he returned. The cabin was comfortable enough, with a wood-burning stove and a well-stocked pantry. We spent Saturday afternoon hiking the immediate area around the cabin, exploring trails we'd walked dozens of times before. But something felt different that day. The usual sounds of the forest, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the distant rustle of small animals moving through underbrush, were notably absent. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was oppressive, like the moment before a thunderstorm when every living thing seeks shelter. Diego noticed it too. He kept stopping during our hike, tilting his head as if listening for something that wasn't there. "You feel that?" he asked around 3 in the afternoon as we stood on a rocky outcrop overlooking the main canyon. I knew exactly what he meant. The feeling of being watched. Not by curious wildlife or other hikers, but by something that was studying us with an intelligence that felt entirely too focused, too purposeful. The sensation was so strong it made my skin crawl. We returned to the cabin as the sun began its descent behind the western peaks. Neither of us spoke about the unease we'd felt during the hike, but it lingered in the space between our conversations. We cooked dinner, played cards, and drank the beer we'd brought up from town. But underneath the normal rhythms of an evening with friends, tension coiled like a spring wound, too tight. Around 10 o'clock, Diego suggested we hike back down to town. "Vincent's not coming back tonight anyway," he reasoned. "We could surprise him tomorrow instead." I was about to agree when we heard Vincent's truck rumbling up the access road. Headlights swept across the cabin windows as he pulled into the clearing. We watched him unload groceries and gear, moving with the efficient motions of someone who'd made this trip many times before. "Surprise!" Diego called out as we emerged from the cabin. Vincent nearly dropped the box he was carrying. God, you two scared me half to death. I thought someone had broken in. We helped him carry his supplies inside, and within minutes, the evening had transformed into the kind of spontaneous gathering that makes for the best memories. Vincent had brought back a bottle of whiskey from Boulder, and we spent the next 2 hours catching up on each other's lives, sharing stories and laughing in the way that only happens when good friends reunite. It was Diego who suggested the night hike. Vincent had been telling us about a new trail he'd discovered that led to a series of natural rock formations deeper in the canyon. They look like ancient temples, he said, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. You have to see them in the moonlight. By the time we left the cabin, it was nearly 1 in the morning. The September night was clear and cold, with a 3/4 moon providing enough light to navigate without flashlights. We should have brought them anyway. That decision, to rely on moonlight alone, would prove to be one of many small choices that led us into a situation none of us were prepared for. The trail Vincent had found was barely visible, more of a game path than anything humans had created. It wound through dense stands of pine and aspen, occasionally opening into small meadows where the moonlight pooled like spilled mercury. The silence that had troubled Diego and me earlier in the day seemed even more pronounced now. Our footsteps on the rocky trail sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness. After about 40 minutes of steady hiking, we reached the rock formations Vincent had described. He hadn't been exaggerating. Towering columns of granite rose from the canyon floor, arranged in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. In the moonlight, they did indeed resemble ancient ruins, the kind of place where you could imagine rituals being performed by people who understood secrets that modern civilization had forgotten. "This is incredible," I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I felt the need to lower my voice. Vincent led us between the formations, pointing out details that were lost in shadow but clearly visible to him after multiple visits. There was a narrow passage between 2 of the largest columns that opened into a small amphitheater surrounded by stone walls. The acoustics in that space were remarkable. Every sound seemed amplified and clarified. It was in that amphitheater that we first heard it. The sound began as a low rumble, so deep it was felt more than heard. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating through the rock beneath our feet and resonating in our chests. For a moment we stood frozen, each of us trying to identify what we were hearing. "Rock slide?" Diego suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. The rumble continued for perhaps 30 seconds before fading into silence. In the quiet that followed, I became aware of my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Something about that sound had triggered every evolutionary alarm bell built into human DNA. Vincent was the first to spot them. We were making our way back through the rock formations, moving more quickly now, motivated by a shared sense that we needed to be somewhere else. He stopped so suddenly that Diego nearly walked into him. "Do you see that?" Vincent's voice was barely a whisper. I followed his gaze to a point about 50 yards down the slope from where we stood. At first I saw nothing but shadows and the vague shapes of trees and boulders. Then the shadows shifted, and I saw them too. 2 points of yellow light, positioned at what would be eye level for something very tall. The lights didn't flicker or waver like reflections would. They held steady, fixed on our location with an intensity that made my stomach clench. Worse, they seemed to be studying us, evaluating us in a way that suggested intelligence and intent. "Mountain lion?" Diego asked, but his voice carried no more conviction than when he'd suggested the rock slide. I'd seen mountain lion eyes reflect light before. These weren't reflections. These were sources of illumination, glowing with their own cold fire. And they were positioned at least 8 feet off the ground. We stood motionless for what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than a minute. The lights never moved, never blinked. They simply watched us with a patience that felt predatory and calculating. Then, without warning, they disappeared. Not gradually, not by turning away or moving behind cover. They simply vanished, as if someone had switched off a light. "We need to go," Vincent said. "Now." We didn't argue. We began moving back toward the trail, trying to maintain some semblance of casual walking while fighting the urge to run. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. Every sound, the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant hoot of an owl, made us flinch. We'd covered maybe 100 yards when we heard the sound again. The same low rumble, but closer now, and followed by something that made my blood feel cold in my veins. The unmistakable sound of large branches snapping under enormous weight. The snapping sounds came from our left, moving parallel to our path through the forest. Whatever was making them was keeping pace with us, staying just out of sight in the dense undergrowth. The sounds were rhythmic, suggesting deliberate movement rather than random breakage. Something large was moving through the forest, and it was following us. Vincent increased his pace, and Diego and I matched him without discussion. The trail that had seemed charming and adventurous an hour earlier now felt like a gauntlet. Every turn could hide an ambush. Every shadow could conceal a predator. The snapping sounds continued, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always present. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like heavy breathing or snuffling, as if something was scenting the air, tracking us by smell as well as sight. "There," Diego said suddenly, pointing to our right. Another pair of yellow lights positioned on the opposite side of the trail from the first sounds. These were closer, maybe 30 yards away, and they moved as we watched. They seemed to be circling us, maintaining a consistent distance while changing position. The realization hit all three of us simultaneously. We were surrounded. Vincent stopped walking and began gathering dry wood from the forest floor. "Fire," he said simply. "We need fire." Diego and I immediately understood. We spread out, staying within sight of each other while collecting anything that would burn. Dead branches, pine needles, strips of bark, anything that might sustain a flame. The sounds of movement in the forest continued around us, but now they seemed more cautious, as if our pursuers were reassessing the situation. Working together, we built a rough fire pit using stones from the trail. Vincent had a lighter, and within minutes we had a small flame growing among the tinder we'd gathered. The fire cast dancing shadows around us, creating a perimeter of light that felt like safety, even though we knew it was largely illusory. As the flames grew, we added larger pieces of wood. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. For the first time since we'd spotted the lights, I felt like I could breathe properly. That's when the screaming started. I've heard a lot of animal sounds in my life. I've heard the scream of mountain lions, the howl of wolves, the roar of bears. The sound that erupted from the darkness around us was unlike any of those. It was a vocalization that seemed designed to inspire terror, a sound that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to the most primitive parts of the brain. The scream began as a low roar, but quickly escalated into something that was part howl, part shriek, and part something I couldn't identify. It was impossibly loud, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. The sound physically hurt, making my ears ring and my chest vibrate with sympathetic resonance. Diego grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in with desperate strength. Vincent was frantically feeding more wood to the fire, sending sheets of flame and sparks into the night. The screaming continued for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, finally trailing off into a series of huffing sounds that reminded me uncomfortably of laughter. In the relative quiet that followed, we could hear our own ragged breathing and the frantic beating of our hearts. The fire provided light for maybe 20 feet in any direction. Beyond that perimeter lay absolute darkness, and we knew we were not alone in it. "What do we do?" Diego asked. His voice was steady, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Vincent was already gathering more fuel for the fire. "We keep the fire going until dawn," he said. "Then we get out of here." For the next several hours, we maintained a constant vigil. We fed the fire steadily, keeping the flames high and bright. We took turns sleeping, though none of us managed more than brief periods of unconsciousness. The sounds in the forest continued throughout the night. Not constant, but frequent enough to prevent any real rest. Sometimes we'd hear the heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush. Sometimes we'd catch glimpses of those yellow lights at the edge of our firelight. Once, around 4 in the morning, we heard what sounded like voices having a conversation just beyond our ability to make out words. The tones were definitely communicative, back and forth, as if 2 or more entities were discussing us. The first hints of dawn came as a gradual lightening of the eastern sky, barely visible through the canopy of trees above us. We'd burned through most of our fuel, and the fire had settled into a steady glow of coals. The sounds in the forest had stopped about an hour earlier, but none of us trusted the silence. As the light strengthened, we began to see the forest around us more clearly. What we saw made my stomach drop. The ground around our fire was marked with tracks. Not ordinary animal tracks, but impressions in the soft earth that defied easy explanation. They were large, much larger than any mountain lion or bear track I'd ever seen, and they were everywhere. The tracks formed rough circles around our camp, overlapping and intersecting in patterns that suggested our watchers had been moving constantly throughout the night. Some of the impressions were so deep, they suggested enormous weight. Others showed what looked like claw marks, gouged into the earth and the bark of nearby trees. "We need to document this," Vincent said, pulling out his phone to take pictures. But when he activated the camera, the screen showed nothing but static. Diego tried his phone with the same result. My phone was completely dead despite having been fully charged when we left the cabin. The electronic failure felt like the final straw. Whatever we'd encountered, it seemed to have properties that extended beyond the merely physical. We extinguished the fire carefully, making sure no embers remained that could start a forest fire, and began making our way back toward the cabin. The hike back was a nightmare of paranoia and exhaustion. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow could hide a threat. We moved as quickly as the terrain allowed, but the trails that had seemed familiar the night before now felt alien and threatening. About halfway back to the cabin, we found something that made us stop cold. Across the trail, at roughly head height, a massive pine tree had been stripped of its bark. The exposed wood was white and fresh, clearly done recently. But what made us stare in horror were the claw marks. Deep gouges ran from the base of the stripped section to well above our heads, higher than any bear could reach, even standing on its hind legs. We made it back to the cabin as the sun fully cleared the eastern peaks. In the clear light of morning, with Vincent's truck sitting in the driveway, and the familiar comfort of human habitation around us, the events of the night began to feel like a shared nightmare. But the physical evidence was undeniable. Our clothes were torn from pushing through underbrush. We were exhausted from a sleepless night. And we all carried the memory of those yellow lights, watching us with inhuman intelligence. Vincent made coffee while Diego and I sat on the cabin's front porch, staring out at the forest that had nearly claimed us. None of us spoke about what we'd experienced. The silence felt protective, as if talking about it might somehow summon it back. After an hour, we packed up and prepared to leave. Vincent was coming back to town with us. The isolation that had once appealed to him now felt dangerous. As we loaded the truck, I noticed he kept glancing back at the tree line, as if expecting to see those lights even in broad daylight. The drive back to Jamestown passed in relative quiet. It wasn't until we were sitting in the Mercantile Cafe, surrounded by the comfortable sounds of normal human activity, that we began to process what had happened. "We need to report this," Diego said finally. "Report what?" Vincent asked. "That we saw some lights in the forest? That we heard some sounds we couldn't identify?" He was right, of course. What could we tell authorities? That we'd been stalked by something that might or might not have been a known animal? That our phones had mysteriously failed? That we'd found tracks that didn't match anything in the guidebooks? Over the following weeks, we did research. We found stories from other people who'd had similar experiences in the Colorado mountains. Tales of glowing eyes, electronic failures, and encounters with something that didn't fit into any known category of wildlife. The internet was full of speculation and theories, but no definitive answers. The forest ranger we'd met before was more helpful when we described our experience in general terms. He listened carefully, nodding at details that seemed familiar to him. "You're not the first people to report something like this from that area," he said finally. "There's something up there. I don't know what it is, but I've seen enough evidence to know it's real." He pulled out a topographical map and marked several locations with a red pen. "These are areas where we've had multiple reports of unusual activity. Missing persons cases that don't add up. Equipment failures. Sightings of things that don't match any known wildlife." The pattern he showed us was sobering. The incidents weren't random. They clustered around specific geographical features, particularly areas with dense forest, steep terrain, and limited human access. "My advice?" the ranger continued. "Stay out of those areas, especially at night. And if you do go, never go alone. Always carry multiple light sources, and trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is." In the years since that night, I've followed his advice. I still love the Colorado mountains, but I've developed a healthy respect for the spaces between the trails, the places where the map says, "Here be dragons," in invisible ink. Vincent sold his interest in the Bar K cabin and moved back to Boulder. Diego eventually relocated to Arizona, claiming he needed more desert and less forest in his life. We stay in touch, and occasionally the conversation turns to that night in September. Each time, we remember new details, small things that seemed insignificant at the time but take on greater meaning in retrospect. The complete absence of normal forest sounds. The way our fire seemed to struggle, as if something was actively working against it. The certainty that we were being evaluated by an intelligence that had no interest in our survival. I still don't know what we encountered that night, but I know it was real. And I know it was watching us with a purpose I'd rather not understand. The mountains of Colorado are vast and wild, home to creatures that have learned to avoid human contact while remaining very much aware of our presence. Sometimes in the deep wilderness, the roles of hunter and hunted can shift without warning. And sometimes, the only thing that saves you is luck, fire, and the approaching dawn. The old Bar K ranch still stands, and Vincent tells me the current caretaker has reported his own experiences with unexplained lights and sounds. The cycle continues, and the watchers remain, patient and persistent in the darkness between the trees. Some places are meant to stay wild, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. My name is Ewan Thibodeau. Back in 1998, I was just another grease monkey in Fallbrook, Oregon, population 2,317 and shrinking. This story isn't easy to tell, even all these years later. Sometimes I still wake up in cold sweat, hearing sounds that can't possibly be there. But I need to get it down, to make sense of what happened that autumn in the mountains. I'd been working at Harmon's auto shop since dropping out of community college. The pay wasn't much, but I had a knack for diagnosing engine problems just by listening to them, like a doctor with a stethoscope. My hands were always stained with oil, black crescents under my fingernails that never quite washed away. The local folks brought their vehicles to me when the newer shop in the next town over couldn't figure out what was wrong. My apartment sat above Maureen's bakery, which meant I woke every morning to the smell of fresh bread. The rent was reasonable, and I had everything I needed. A small TV, a comfortable couch, and walls decorated with fishing trophies. Simple pleasures for a simple life. Or so I thought. Lyle Dunnigan had been my best friend since third grade when he punched Billy Alderson for making fun of my secondhand clothes. We'd been inseparable ever since. Now he worked at the lumber mill outside town, and we spent most weekends fishing at remote spots throughout the Cascade foothills. Lyle knew those woods like the back of his hand. His grandfather had been a forest ranger, and he'd passed all that knowledge down. It was mid-September when things started to feel off. I was working late at the shop, replacing the transmission on Mrs. Patterson's ancient Buick. The radio played classic rock, mixing with the rhythmic clanking of my tools against metal. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows in the garage. The door opened with a creak, letting in a gust of autumn air that smelled like pine and wet earth. Sheriff Vince Patterson stood in the doorway, his weathered face creased with concern. At 57, he'd been sheriff longer than anyone could remember, a fixture of Fallbrook as permanent as the mountains themselves. "Evening, Ewan," he said, removing his hat. His silver hair caught the light. "Got a minute?" I wiped my hands on a shop rag, leaving behind dark streaks. "Sure thing, Sheriff. Something wrong with your cruiser?" He shook his head, eyes darting to the corners of the garage. "No, nothing like that. Just wanted to ask if you've noticed anything unusual lately. Anything at all." The seriousness in his voice made me pause. "Not really. Why do you ask?" He sighed, shoulders sagging beneath his uniform. "We've got people missing. 3 in the last month." That got my attention. In Fallbrook, everyone knew everyone. 3 people missing was practically an epidemic. "Who?" I asked, setting down my wrench. "Couple of hikers from Portland went up near Sawmill Ridge 2 weeks back. Their cars still parked at the trailhead. And..." He paused, looking even more troubled. "Old Wilfred Simmons disappeared from his cabin 3 days ago." I knew Simmons. Reclusive old-timer who lived in a cabin about 7 miles into the woods. He came into town once a month for supplies and always brought his truck to me for maintenance. Cranky but sharp as a tack despite being well into his 70s. "You think he wandered off? Maybe got lost?" Sheriff Patterson snorted. "Simmons. Man's been living in those woods for 40 years. He doesn't get lost." He lowered his voice. "His cabin was torn apart, Ewan. Like something was looking for something. Or someone." A chill crept up my spine despite the garage's warmth. Animal attack? That's what I thought at first, but it doesn't add up. His rifle was still on the wall rack, unfired, and the damage... He shook his head. "Never seen anything like it. Claw marks 4 inches deep in solid oak beams." "Bears can do some damage," I offered. "Not like this, and not without leaving tracks. Ground around the cabin was dry as bone. Not a single print." He put his hat back on. "I've got search parties organized, but I want you to be careful if you're heading into the woods. You and Lyle still planning that fishing trip?" I nodded. "Next weekend. Up to Blackwater Creek." His face darkened. "That's not far from where the hikers went missing. Maybe consider another spot this time." "We'll be fine, Sheriff. Been going there for years." He didn't look convinced. "Just keep your eyes open, and maybe pack something besides fishing gear if you get my meaning." After he left, I tried to focus on the Buick, but my mind kept returning to our conversation. I'd grown up with stories about the dangers lurking in those mountains. Bears, cougars, the occasional wolf. But something in the sheriff's voice suggested this was different. That night, I met Lyle at O'Malley's bar. The place was dim, smelling of stale beer and cigarettes despite the smoking ban. A few locals hunched over their drinks, voices low. Something felt subdued about the place, a tension hanging in the air. Lyle was already nursing a beer, his broad shoulders hunched over the bar. At 6'3" with hands like baseball mitts, he looked more like a professional wrestler than a sawmill worker. His red beard was neatly trimmed, contrasting with his flannel shirt. "You're late," he grunted as I slid onto the stool beside him. "Had to finish Mrs. Patterson's Buick." I signaled the bartender. "Sheriff stopped by the shop today." Lyle raised an eyebrow. "About what?" I lowered my voice. "People going missing. Hikers and Old Man Simmons." "Heard about that." He took a long pull from his beer. Mill's been buzzing with talk. Myers thinks it's some serial killer hiding out in the woods. What do you think? Lyle shrugged. Could be anything. Simmons wasn't exactly stable. Maybe he finally lost it completely. Sheriff said his cabin was torn apart. Claw marks in the wood. Lyle's expression shifted subtly. Bear, probably. That's what I said. He didn't think so. The bartender set a beer in front of me. I took a sip, the bitter taste doing little to wash away my unease. We still on for Blackwater next weekend? Lyle asked. I hesitated. Sheriff suggested we pick another spot. Lyle snorted. Since when do we listen to Patterson? Remember when he tried to tell us Thunder Ridge was closed because of dangerous conditions? We went anyway and caught the biggest rainbow trout I've ever seen. This feels different, I said. It's just the same old bullshit. They always try to scare people away from the good spots. He finished his beer and set the glass down with finality. We're going to Blackwater. Best fishing this time of year, and I need a break from the mill. I knew better than to argue when Lyle had made up his mind. Besides, he was probably right. People got lost in the woods all the time, especially city folks who underestimated the wilderness. And Simmons. Well, who knew what had happened there? The old man had enemies, and his mind had been slipping lately. Fine, I conceded. But we're bringing my dad's old rifle. Lyle grinned. Now you're talking. As we discussed details for the trip, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us through the grimy bar windows. But when I turned to look, there was nothing but darkness beyond the glass. The reflection of hanging lights obscuring whatever might be out there. That night, I dreamed of deep woods and distorted howls echoing between ancient trees. I woke gasping for breath, sheets soaked with sweat. The memory of glowing eyes fading as consciousness returned. I told myself it was just my imagination, stirred up by the sheriff's warnings. I had no idea how terribly, fatally wrong I was. The week dragged on with an oppressive heaviness. More whispers circulated through town about the disappearances. Another hiker vanished, a college student named Wesley Mitchell who'd been camping alone near Timber Lake. His backpack was found hanging from a tree branch 20 feet off the ground, contents scattered across the forest floor. No one could explain how it got there. I was replacing spark plugs in a Honda when Marla Simmons, Wilfred's niece, came into the shop. Her eyes were red-rimmed, hair pulled back in a hasty ponytail. "Ewan," she said, voice cracking. "Have you heard anything about Uncle Will?" I set down my tools and wiped my hands. "Nothing new. Sheriff's still looking." She nodded, blinking back tears. "They found his boots yesterday. Just his boots, sitting neatly by the creek like he'd taken them off to wade. No footprints, nothing else." I didn't know what to say. Marla and I had dated briefly in high school before realizing we were better as friends. She worked as a nurse at the county clinic now. "They'll find him," I offered lamely. "No, they won't." Her certainty was chilling. "Something's happening in those woods, Ewan. Something bad. The clinic's been getting strange cases. Hunters coming in with deep scratches they can't explain. Hikers with memory loss who can't account for missing hours." "Could be anything," I said. "Bears, mountain lions." "It's not animals," she interrupted. "The wound patterns are all wrong. And there's something else." She lowered her voice. "The missing aren't all strangers. Before the hikers, before Uncle Will, there was Ben Kovach." Ben had been the town drunk, a fixture on the bench outside the liquor store. I hadn't seen him around lately, but hadn't thought much about it. "Ben left town all the time on benders," I said. "Not like this. They found his shopping cart by the river trail, bottles untouched. Ben never left alcohol behind." Her eyes met mine. "Sheriff Patterson is keeping it quiet to avoid panic, but I heard them talking at the clinic. 6 people missing in total. 6 people. A chill settled in my stomach. "You and Lyle still going fishing this weekend?" she asked. Yeah, up to Blackwater. Her face paled. Don't. Please, Ewan. Uncle Will's cabin is only 3 miles from there. We'll be careful, I assured her. We're bringing protection. She shook her head in frustration. You men are all the same. Think a gun makes you invincible. She turned to leave, then paused. At least promise you'll stay alert and keep your radio on. I promise, I said. After she left, I tried calling Lyle to suggest changing our plans, but he didn't answer. Probably working the late shift at the mill. I left a message mentioning what Marla had told me, hoping he might reconsider. That evening, I stopped by the sheriff's office. Deputy Walsh sat at the front desk, looking exhausted. Sheriff around? I asked. Out with the search party, Walsh replied. Probably won't be back until late. Any news about the missing people? Walsh's expression darkened. Nothing good. Found some torn clothing belonging to one of the hikers, shredded to ribbons. He leaned forward. Between you and me, I've never seen damage like that. Not from any animal I know. What do you think it is? He shrugged. Sheriff's called in some wildlife experts from the State Department. They're setting up cameras around the search areas. As I turned to leave, Walsh called after me. Hey, Ewan, you carrying when you're in the woods these days? I nodded. Good. Make sure it's loaded. On Friday morning, Lyle finally called. Got your message, he said without preamble. Still going to Blackwater? Lyle, 6 people are missing now. Maybe we should... That's exactly why we need to go, he cut in. I've been talking to some of the guys at the mill. Something weird's going on in those woods, and it's not just hikers getting lost. What do you mean? There was a pause. Brett's cousin works for the Forest Service. Said they found animal carcasses all through the eastern range. Deer, elk, even a black bear. All torn apart but not eaten. Could be poachers, I suggested. Poachers don't leave the meat behind, and they don't do... His voice dropped. What was done to these animals? And that's supposed to convince me to go fishing? We're not just going fishing, Ewan. I want to see for ourselves what's happening up there. Brett's cousin marked locations on a map where they found the carcasses. There's a pattern. My chest tightened. What kind of pattern? They're all in a rough circle, and Blackwater Creek is right at the center. I should have said no. Should have told him he was crazy. But curiosity mixed with a strange sense of duty. If something was happening in our woods, didn't we have a responsibility to find out what? Fine, I said finally. But we're bringing every weapon we can carry. Already ahead of you. I'll pick you up at dawn tomorrow. The rest of the day passed in a blur of preparation. I closed the shop early and went home to pack. I pulled my father's Remington 870 shotgun from the closet, along with a box of shells. The gun had been gathering dust since Dad passed 5 years earlier, but I'd kept it clean and functional. As I cleaned the barrel one last time, the local news played on the TV. The anchor was talking about the unprecedented number of disappearances in the Fallbrook area. They showed photos of the missing. The 2 Portland hikers, college student Wesley Mitchell, Old Man Simmons, Ben Kovach, and someone I hadn't heard about, a forest ranger named Andrea Phillips. The report cut to Sheriff Patterson giving a statement, urging people to avoid remote areas until further notice. Behind his professional demeanor, I could see the strain in his eyes. He knew something he wasn't saying. I tried calling Marla to let her know where we'd be, but only got her voicemail. I left a detailed message with our planned route and promised to check in by radio. That night, sleep came in fitful bursts. Dreams of dark woods and watching eyes plagued me. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I was running through a moonlit forest, something massive crashing through the underbrush behind me. I could hear its rasping breath, feel its hunger like a physical weight pressing down. I woke with a strangled gasp at 4 a.m., sheets drenched in sweat. Dawn arrived with a blanket of fog so thick I could barely see the end of my street. A bad omen, I thought, but pushed the idea away. I wasn't superstitious. Not then, anyway. Lyle pulled up in his battered truck at 5:30 right on time. The bed was loaded with our usual fishing gear, plus additions that spoke to our unease. Extra flashlights, first aid kits, a larger tent than usual, and what looked like enough food for a week rather than a weekend. "Ready?" he asked as I loaded my shotgun into the truck. He had his grandfather's lever-action Marlin propped against the passenger seat. "As I'll ever be," I replied, climbing in. We drove in silence for the first few miles, the fog parting before our headlights only to close again behind us. The radio played softly, some morning show discussing the search for the missing hikers. "They're saying it might be a serial killer," Lyle said eventually. "Some psycho living in the woods." "You believe that?" He shrugged, eyes fixed on the road. "Easier to believe than the alternatives." "Which are?" "Something not human." His voice was flat, matter of fact. I glanced at him. Lyle had always been the pragmatic one, feet firmly planted in reality. This kind of talk wasn't like him. "Since when do you believe in monsters?" I asked. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "My grandfather used to tell stories, native legends about something in these mountains, called it the Windwalker, said it would come during certain years, when the stars aligned a certain way, take people. Your grandfather also believed the government was putting mind control drugs in the water supply," I reminded him. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Fair point." We turned onto the logging road that would take us most of the way to Blackwater Creek. The truck bounced over potholes and ruts, gravel pinging against the undercarriage. "Sheriff ever say what happened at Simmons' cabin?" Lyle asked. "Not details, just that it was torn apart. Marla mentioned they found his boots by the creek." Lyle frowned. "Just the boots?" I nodded. "That's not normal, Ewan. None of this is normal." The logging road ended at a small clearing. From here, we'd hike about 3 miles to our usual spot. We unloaded the truck in silence, shouldering our packs and gripping our fishing rods. Both of us kept our firearms readily accessible. The fog had thinned somewhat, but visibility in the forest was still poor. Moisture dripped from pine needles overhead, creating a constant patter like gentle rain. Our boots squelched in the damp earth as we followed the familiar trail. "Someone's been through here recently," Lyle said, pointing to fresh boot prints in the mud. "Big prints. Size 13 at least. Search party, maybe?" "Maybe." He didn't sound convinced. We hiked deeper into the woods, the mist swirling around ancient trees. For the first time in years, these familiar woods felt alien, unwelcoming. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. About halfway to our destination, Lyle suddenly stopped. "You smell that?" I sniffed the air. Beyond the usual forest scents of pine, earth, and decaying vegetation was something else. A sour, musty odor like rotting meat and wet fur. "What is that?" I whispered. Lyle slowly reached for his rifle. "I don't know, but it's not right." We stood perfectly still, listening. The forest had gone silent. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, nothing but the soft drip of moisture from the trees. The silence itself felt wrong, heavy with anticipation. Then far off to our right came a sound that made my skin crawl. A low rumbling growl unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not a bear, not a cougar. Something else. "Move," Lyle hissed. Slowly. We continued down the trail, alert to every sound, every movement. The oppressive feeling of being watched intensified with each step. Twice more we heard that strange growl, closer each time. Near a bend in the trail, Lyle suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look," he whispered, pointing to a massive oak tree. Deep gouges ran along the trunk, 4 parallel lines that couldn't have been made by any normal forest animal. The cuts were fresh, sap still oozing from the wounded wood. "We should go back," I said. fear finally overriding curiosity. Lyle shook his head. We're closer to the creek than the truck now. Besides, he hefted his rifle. I want to know what we're dealing with. Against my better judgment, I followed him. We reached Blackwater Creek an hour later, emerging from the forest onto the rocky shore. The water ran high and fast with recent rains, dark and foreboding under the gray sky. Our usual camping spot lay in a small clearing about 50 yards upstream. As we approached, Lyle suddenly threw out an arm to stop me. Something's not right, he whispered. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. Our clearing had been used. Recently. The fire pit we'd built years ago contained fresh ashes. Surrounding it were odd arrangements of stones and sticks in patterns that made no sense. And hanging from a nearby tree branch was what appeared to be a mesh sack containing small bones. What the hell? I breathed. Lyle approached the site cautiously, rifle ready. Someone's been staying here. Homeless person, maybe? I suggested, knowing it was unlikely this far into the wilderness. He shook his head, examining the strange arrangements. This is ritualistic. A cold dread settled over me. Lyle, we need to go. He nodded, finally seeming to accept the danger. Yeah, let's... A branch snapped in the forest behind us. We both whirled around, weapons raised. Nothing visible moved among the trees, but that terrible stench had returned, stronger than before. And with it came a sound that haunts my nightmares to this day. A wet clicking noise, like bones being snapped and reset. Run, Lyle whispered. Now. We turned and sprinted along the creek bank, abandoning any pretense of courage. Whatever was in those woods, it wasn't human, and it wasn't any animal we knew. As we ran, the clicking sound followed, accompanied by heavy footfalls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. There! Lyle pointed to a rocky outcrop ahead. We can defend that position! We scrambled up the rocks, gaining about 15 feet of elevation. From here, we had a clear view of the surrounding area. We stood back to back, weapons ready, scanning the tree line. See anything? I panted. No, but it's out there, watching. The minutes stretched into an hour. The strange sounds had stopped, but that horrible stench lingered. Eventually, we made a decision. We make for the truck, Lyle said. Stay in the open as much as possible. I nodded, throat too dry to speak. We descended the rocks carefully and began moving upstream, staying close to the water and away from the tree line. The fog had lifted somewhat, but the forest remained a wall of shadows to our right. We'd covered perhaps half a mile when Lyle suddenly stopped. Look, he said, pointing across the creek. On the opposite bank, partially hidden by ferns, was a backpack. The same type carried by the missing college student, Wesley Mitchell. We should check it out, Lyle said. Are you insane? We need to get back to the truck and tell the sheriff. He hesitated, then nodded. You're right. Let's... His words were cut off by a horrific sound from the forest. Not a growl this time, but a high, keening wail that sounded disturbingly human, yet impossibly wasn't. It raised the hair on my arms and sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. Run! I shouted. We bolted, no longer caring about stealth or dignity. Pure animal fear drove us forward, the wailing growing louder behind us. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. Something was moving through the trees, something tall and impossibly fast. I caught only glimpses. A flash of matted fur, the glint of eyes, the suggestion of limbs that seemed too long and jointed wrong. Don't look back! Lyle shouted. Just run! We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. Somehow we found the trail back to the truck and followed it blindly, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. The thing behind us never quite caught up, but never fell far behind either, as if it was toying with us. When the truck finally came into view, it felt like a miracle. We threw ourselves inside, Lyle fumbling with the keys as I slammed and locked my door. The engine roared to life, and we fishtailed out of the clearing, spewing gravel and mud. As we sped away, I finally allowed myself to look back. There, at the edge of the trees, stood a figure. In the split second before it retreated into the shadows, I saw enough to know that our world had changed forever. What I saw couldn't exist, but it did. Neither of us spoke until we were back on the main highway, putting miles between ourselves and whatever lurked in those woods. "We need to tell the sheriff," I finally said, voice shaking. Lyle nodded, face ashen. "Yeah, but Ewan..." "What? Will he believe us?" I had no answer for that. I wasn't sure I believed what I'd seen myself. We went straight to Sheriff Patterson's house rather than the station. This wasn't something to discuss in front of deputies and dispatch operators. The sheriff answered his door in sweatpants and an old t-shirt, coffee mug in hand. His expression shifted from annoyed to concerned as he took in our disheveled, terrified state. "Inside," he said, stepping back. "Now." We sat at his kitchen table while his wife, Rose, made fresh coffee. Neither of us touched our mugs when she set them down. The sheriff dismissed her with a gentle touch on the arm, and she retreated upstairs, casting worried glances over her shoulder. "Start from the beginning," he said once we were alone. We took turns explaining what had happened, from the strange markings on the trees to the ritualistic site at our camping spot, to the thing that had chased us. I could tell from the sheriff's expression that he believed us, which was somehow more terrifying than if he'd dismissed our story. When we finished, he sat in silence for a long moment. Then he reached for the phone. "Who are you calling?" Lyle asked. "State Police, Forest Service, maybe the FBI." "You believe us?" I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice. Sheriff Patterson's eyes met mine. "Son, I've lived in these mountains all my life. There are things in the deep woods that don't have names, things the native folks knew to leave alone. I thought they were just stories until Simmons disappeared." He dialed a number, spoke briefly to someone named Barnes, then hung up. "State Police will be here in 2 hours. Forest Service is already mobilizing teams to search the area around Blackwater Creek." "Search teams won't be enough," Lyle said quietly. "Whatever that thing is, it's dangerous, smart, and fast." The sheriff nodded grimly. "I know. That's why I'm organizing a hunting party. Experienced locals who know the terrain and can handle themselves in a fight." "Count us in," I said immediately, surprising myself. After what we'd seen, the logical response would be to get as far from Fallbrook as possible. But something in me couldn't just run away, not with people still missing, not with that thing still out there. Lyle nodded his agreement. "We know where it was. We can lead you back." Sheriff Patterson studied us for a moment, then nodded. "Get some rest. We move out at first light tomorrow. And boys," his voice grew solemn, "tell no one else what you saw. Last thing we need is panic spreading through town." We agreed and left, heading to Lyle's place since it was closer. Neither of us wanted to be alone. We showered, ate mechanically, and tried to process what had happened. Words felt inadequate for the terror we'd experienced. "What do you think it was?" I finally asked as we sat on his porch, beers in hand. Lyle shook his head. "Nothing natural. Nothing that should exist." "Your grandfather's Windwalker?" He shrugged. "Maybe. Or maybe there are things in this world we're not meant to understand." I called Marla to let her know we were back safely, but kept the details vague. "We got spooked and came back early," I told her. "Sheriff's organizing another search party tomorrow." "Be careful," she said, voice tight with worry. "There's something wrong out there, Ewan." The clinic admitted 2 more hunters today with strange injuries. Deep puncture wounds that the doctor says look like, well, like oversized teeth marks. Sleep came in fitful bursts that night, interrupted by nightmares. In the worst one, I was back in the forest, but alone this time. I could hear Lyle screaming somewhere in the darkness, begging for help. I ran toward his voice, only to find myself in a clearing illuminated by moonlight. In the center stood not Lyle, but the creature, taller than any man, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles and a face that was almost but not quite animal. It smiled at me with too many teeth and spoke with Lyle's voice. "You're next." I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. Dawn was just breaking, pale light filtering through the blinds. Time to face the woods again. 19 men gathered at the sheriff's office by 6 a.m. Most were locals I knew, mill workers, farmers, a few hunters known for their tracking skills. They carried an arsenal of rifles, shotguns, and handguns. A few had brought more unusual weapons. One old-timer had a crossbow, another clutched what looked like a homemade flamethrower constructed from a propane tank. Sheriff Patterson arrived last, accompanied by 2 state police officers and a wildlife expert from the Forest Service. He outlined the plan. We would form 4 teams and approach the Blackwater Creek area from different directions, maintaining radio contact at all times. If anyone spotted anything unusual, they were to signal the others and hold position until backup arrived. "We're dealing with something dangerous," the sheriff concluded. "Possibly a rabid bear or wolf pack. Possibly," he hesitated, "something else. Shoot first, ask questions later. But for God's sake, make sure you're not shooting at another team member." Lyle and I were assigned to the sheriff's team, along with Deputy Walsh and a local hunter named Donovan Reed, who claimed to have seen strange things in these woods for years. We would approach from the west, following the same trail Lyle and I had taken the day before. The drive to the trailhead was tense and quiet. Equipment rattled in the back of the sheriff's SUV as we bounced along the logging road. When we reached the clearing where Lyle had parked yesterday, we found 3 other vehicles already there, search parties that had started at dawn, looking for the missing hikers. "Any sign of the search teams?" Sheriff Patterson asked a Forest Service ranger who was coordinating from a temporary command post. The ranger shook his head. "They radioed in about an hour ago from the North Ridge. Nothing so far." We set out on the trail, moving slowly and deliberately. Sheriff Patterson and Deputy Walsh led, followed by Lyle and me, with Reed bringing up the rear. Every sense was heightened, alert to the smallest sound or movement. The forest seemed normal today. Birds called, squirrels chattered overhead. But we all felt the underlying wrongness, a subtle disturbance in the natural rhythm. We reached the point where Lyle and I had first smelled that terrible odor. Today the air was clean, carrying only the usual forest scents. "The markings were here," Lyle said, pointing to the massive oak. The sheriff examined the deep gouges in the bark. "These weren't made by any bear I've ever seen." Reed ran his fingers over the marks. "Too high up for a bear anyway. Whatever made these was tall, 7, 8 feet at least." We continued toward Blackwater Creek, moving even more cautiously now. I felt exposed, vulnerable, certain that eyes were watching from the shadows between trees. My shotgun felt inadequate against the memory of what I'd glimpsed the day before. When we neared the camping area, Sheriff Patterson signaled for us to stop and spread out. We advanced in a loose semicircle, weapons ready. The site appeared exactly as Lyle and I had left it. Fire pit with old ashes, strange arrangements of stones and sticks, the mesh sack of bones still hanging from the tree branch. The sheriff examined everything carefully, taking photographs with a small camera. "This isn't random," he muttered. "These patterns mean something." Reed nodded in agreement. "Old symbols, protective wards maybe." At our questioning looks, he added, "My grandmother was half Klamath. She knew these things." Walsh checked his radio. "Other teams are in position. No sightings reported." The sheriff made a decision. "We'll follow the creek upstream. That's where you boys saw the backpack, right?" We nodded and led the way, staying close to the water as we had yesterday. The creek burbled peacefully, sunlight dancing on its surface. It seemed impossible that anything sinister could exist in such a tranquil setting. We found the backpack exactly where we'd seen it, partially hidden by ferns on the opposite bank. Deputy Walsh crossed the creek at a shallow point and retrieved it. "Mitchell's," he confirmed, checking the ID in a side pocket. "Looks like it's been here a while. Weather damage." The sheriff nodded grimly. "Keep looking. There might be other signs." We spread out, searching the area methodically. I was examining a fallen log when Lyle called out from further upstream. "Got something?" We converged on his position. He stood at the edge of a small clearing, pointing to the ground. A hiking boot lay on its side, caked with dried mud. Not far away was its mate, placed neatly upright against a rock. "Simmons?" I asked. The sheriff nodded. "Matches the description." But it was what lay beyond the boots that made my blood run cold. The clearing floor was covered with a complex pattern of intertwined circles drawn in what looked like ash. At the center stood a crude wooden structure, a tripod of branches about 6 feet tall, from which hung various objects. Bits of cloth, small bones, feathers, and something that looked horribly like human teeth. "What the hell?" Walsh whispered. Reed approached the structure cautiously. "This is old magic. Very old. Whoever, or whatever, made this is trying to open something." "Open what?" Lyle asked. Reed's expression was grim. "A doorway." The sheriff was about to respond when his radio crackled. A voice broke through, distorted by static. "Team 3 to Sheriff, we've found..." The transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by a high-pitched squeal. "Team 3, report," the sheriff said urgently. "Team 3, do you copy?" Nothing but static. "That's Morgan's team," Walsh said. "They were checking the eastern ridge." Sheriff Patterson tried again. "Any team, do you copy? This is Sheriff Patterson. We have lost contact with Team 3. After a moment, another voice responded through heavy static. "Team 4 here, we hear you. No contact with Team 3. Our radio's acting up too. Lot of interference suddenly." The sheriff looked troubled. "Team 4, proceed to Team 3's last known position. Approach with caution and report what you find." "Copy that," came the crackled reply. Reed was staring into the forest beyond the clearing, body tense. "We should leave. Now." "What's wrong?" I asked. "We're being watched." I felt it too. That same crawling sensation I'd experienced yesterday, like invisible eyes assessing us from every direction. The birds had gone silent again. The forest held its breath. Then we heard it, that same wet, clicking sound that had pursued us before, coming from somewhere to our left. "Move back toward the creek," Sheriff Patterson ordered quietly. "Stay together." We began retreating slowly, weapons trained on the surrounding forest. The clicking grew louder, joined by a low growl that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. 20 yards from the bizarre structure, Reed suddenly froze. "There," he whispered, pointing. At first, I saw nothing. Then a shadow within shadows moved, a suggestion of form that made no logical sense. It wasn't hiding behind a tree. It was somehow part of the tree, or the tree was part of it. The boundaries between creature and forest blurred in a way that hurt my eyes to focus on. "What is that?" Walsh hissed. Before anyone could answer, the radio erupted with frantic voices. "It's here. God, it's... Shoot it. Shoot. Can't get it clear. Fall back. Fall." Then only static. "Team 4, Sheriff Patterson shouted into the radio. "Report." Nothing. The clicking sound intensified, surrounding us now. The shadows between trees seemed to deepen, swirl, take form. That terrible stench returned, choking and thick. "Run!" Reed suddenly shouted. "Back to the trail! Now!" We ran, abandoning any pretense of controlled retreat. Something crashed through the underbrush behind us, something large and fast. I heard Lyle firing his rifle, the shots echoing through the trees. Sheriff Patterson and Walsh joined in, firing blindly into the pursuing shadows. I ran until my lungs burned, jumping over fallen logs and crashing through thickets. Branches whipped at my face, drawing blood. Behind me, I heard a scream. Deputy Walsh's voice cut off mid-cry. "Keep going!" the sheriff shouted. "Don't stop!" We reached the main trail and sprinted toward the trailhead. Reed was in front, followed by me, then Lyle, with the sheriff bringing up the rear. The sounds of pursuit grew more distant, but we didn't slow down. The clearing with our vehicles came into sight. The Forest Service ranger stood by the command post, looking alarmed at our panicked arrival. "Where are the others?" he demanded. "Walsh is down," Sheriff Patterson gasped. "Teams 3 and 4 not responding." The ranger grabbed his radio. "All search teams, emergency evacuation. Return to base immediately. Repeat, emergency evacuation." We collapsed against the vehicles, gasping for breath. Only then did I realize Reed was clutching his arm, blood seeping between his fingers. "What happened?" I asked. He pulled his hand away to reveal 3 deep gashes running from shoulder to elbow. It got close. Very close. Sheriff Patterson examined the wounds. "Those aren't claw marks," he said quietly. "They look like cuts, deliberate ones." Reed nodded grimly. "It's intelligent, hunting us." The ranger brought a first aid kit and began cleaning Reed's wounds. "What was it? Bear? Mountain lion?" Lyle laughed bitterly. If only. Over the next hour, other search teams trickled back, all reporting strange sounds and sensations of being watched. Team 2 had found another ritualistic site similar to the one we'd discovered. But Teams 3 and 4 never returned. 12 men vanished as completely as the hikers they'd been searching for. Sheriff Patterson organized a larger, better-armed group to go back for Walsh and the missing teams. Lyle and I volunteered again, unable to abandon our people despite the terror clawing at our insides. By mid-afternoon, 30 armed men ventured back into the forest. This time we moved as a single unit, a wall of weapons facing outward in all directions. The forest remained unnaturally quiet, the only sounds our own footsteps and breathing. We found Walsh's body first, or what remained of it. I won't describe what we saw. Some images are better left unshared. Sheriff Patterson's face went ashen, but he ordered us to continue. We had to find the other teams. We searched until dusk, finding nothing but empty forest and an occasional blood trail that ended abruptly. As darkness approached, the sheriff made the hard decision to retreat. We couldn't risk being in these woods after nightfall. Back at the command post, state police had arrived in force, along with FBI agents and more Forest Service personnel. The area was declared a crime scene, with roadblocks established on all access roads. The official story released to the press spoke of a possible serial killer operating in the woods, or perhaps a pack of rabid wolves. Those of us who had seen the truth knew better. This was something outside human experience, something ancient and malevolent that had awakened in our forests. Sheriff Patterson gathered those who had directly encountered the entity: Lyle, Reed, myself, and a few others who had glimpsed it from Team 2. "Whatever this is," he said, voice heavy with fatigue and grief, "it's beyond conventional law enforcement. I've spoken to some people who might be able to help. Specialists in unusual phenomena. They're flying in tonight." "What do we do until then?" Lyle asked. "We prepare," Reed answered before the sheriff could speak. "It's established a hunting territory. It won't stay in the deep woods forever." A chill ran through me at the implication. "You think it will come to town?" Reed's eyes met mine. "I think nowhere is safe anymore." The specialists arrived just before midnight. 3 serious-looking men and a woman who introduced herself as Dr. Eleanor Weiss, an anthropologist specializing in folklore and unexplained phenomena. They set up operations in a back room of the sheriff's office, pinning maps to the walls and unpacking equipment I didn't recognize. Dr. Weiss interviewed each of us who had encountered the creature, recording our descriptions and asking detailed questions about its behavior. When we had finished, she conferred with her colleagues in low voices. "What are we dealing with?" Sheriff Patterson finally asked. Dr. Weiss chose her words carefully. "The entity you've encountered has characteristics consistent with certain predatory cryptids documented across cultural boundaries. The ritualistic elements suggest it possesses some form of intelligence and purpose beyond mere hunting." "In English, please," Lyle said. One of her colleagues, a gray-haired man named Blackburn, spoke bluntly. "It's a predator that's existed in these mountains for centuries, possibly millennia. Native tribes had various names for it. European settlers occasionally encountered it and incorporated it into their own folklore. It hibernates for long periods, awakening when certain conditions are met." "What conditions?" I asked. "That's what we're trying to determine," Dr. Weiss said. "Often these creatures are triggered by environmental changes, human activity in previously undisturbed areas, or certain celestial alignments." Reed, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "The lumber company started clear-cutting a new section of the eastern ridge last month. Ancient forest, never been touched before." Dr. Weiss nodded. "That could very well be the trigger." "How do we kill it?" Sheriff Patterson asked. The specialists exchanged glances. "Conventional weapons may injure it," Blackburn said carefully, "but probably won't be sufficient to destroy it. These entities typically have specific vulnerabilities that vary by individual creature." "So we're screwed," Lyle muttered. "Not necessarily," Dr. Weiss said. "The ritualistic sites you discovered may provide clues. The entity is creating these for a reason, possibly to strengthen itself, possibly as part of a larger purpose. If we can disrupt these sites and understand their meaning, we might find its weakness." Plans were made for the following day. 2 teams would venture back into the forest, one to examine and possibly dismantle the ritualistic sites, another to try tracking the creature to its lair. Both would be heavily armed with conventional weapons, plus some specialized equipment the team had brought. I volunteered for the tracking team, along with Lyle, Reed, and several experienced hunters from town. Sheriff Patterson would lead the other team with Dr. Weiss and her colleagues. We would maintain constant radio contact, with a large backup force standing by at the trailhead. That night, no one slept well. I stayed at Lyle's again, both of us keeping our weapons close. We talked little, each lost in our own thoughts. Around 3 a.m., we heard howling from the distant mountains. Not wolves, not coyotes, but that same unnaturally deep, guttural cry we'd heard in the woods. It was closer to town than before. "It's moving," Lyle said quietly. Morning came with heavy fog and a light drizzle. Perfect conditions for something to hide. We gathered at the sheriff's office, checking weapons and equipment. The mood was grim, determined. These were no longer search parties looking for missing hikers. This was a war party hunting a killer. Dr. Weiss approached me before we left. "Your descriptions of the entity were the most detailed," she said. "You seem to be particularly attuned to it somehow." "Lucky me," I said bitterly. She handed me a small object, a stone pendant on a leather cord. Ancient symbols were carved into its surface, similar to those we'd seen in the ritualistic sites. "Wear this," she said. "It may provide some protection, or at least make you less visible to it." "You believe in this stuff?" I couldn't keep the skepticism from my voice. Her expression remained serious. "After 20 years studying these phenomena, I've learned to use every possible advantage. Whether it works through psychological suggestion or genuine metaphysical properties, doesn't matter if it keeps you alive." I put the pendant around my neck, feeling slightly foolish but unwilling to reject any potential help. Our team set out just after 8 a.m. The forest felt different today, heavier, more oppressive. The fog limited visibility to about 30 yards, transforming familiar trees into looming shadows. Sounds were muffled, disorienting. We split up at the main trail junction, Sheriff Patterson's team heading toward Blackwater Creek, while we veered northeast, following tracks discovered by the state police yesterday. Reed led our group, moving with surprising stealth despite his injured arm. The rest of us followed in single file, alert to every sound and movement. The tracks led us toward an area locally known as Deadfall Basin, a remote valley where an old landslide had created a jumble of massive boulders and fallen trees. Few people ventured there. The terrain was treacherous, with sudden drop-offs and unstable ground. Perfect place for something to hide, Reed murmured as we approached the basin's edge. We descended carefully into the fog-shrouded valley. Visibility dropped to mere feet in places, the mist swirling around shattered tree trunks and moss-covered rocks. Water dripped constantly from above, creating an eerie percussion. About halfway into the basin, Reed halted suddenly, raising a hand for silence. We froze, straining to hear what had alerted him. Nothing but the dripping water and our own breathing. Then I smelled it, that distinctive putrid odor. It was everywhere around us, embedded in the mist itself. "We're in its territory," Reed whispered. Lyle gestured ahead, where the fog seemed to thin slightly. "There's a clearing up there." We advanced with agonizing slowness, testing each step before committing our weight. The clearing gradually emerged from the mist, a roughly circular space about 50 yards across, surrounded by towering pines and massive boulders. What we found there haunts me still. The clearing had been transformed into a massive version of the ritualistic sites we'd seen previously. Concentric circles of stones radiated outward from a central point where a structure stood, not a simple tripod this time, but an elaborate framework of branches and bones that rose nearly 20 feet high. Hanging from this macabre construction were personal effects from the missing: backpacks, clothing, equipment, and other things, human things. I won't describe them. The ground beneath the structure was stained dark, the earth churned and wet. Several smaller arrangements surrounded it, stones placed in specific patterns, sticks forming complex symbols. "My God," one of the hunters whispered. Reed approached the central structure cautiously. "This is its nest, its altar." He examined the symbols etched into the bones. "It's building something, growing stronger." Lyle keyed his radio. "Sheriff, we found something. Deadfall Basin. You need to see this." Static answered him. He tried again with the same result. "Radios won't work here," Reed said. "Not this close to its power center." I felt something then. A pressure in my head, a presence pushing against my consciousness. The pendant around my neck grew warm against my skin. "It knows we're here," I said. The others looked at me sharply. "How do you know?" Lyle asked. I couldn't explain it, just a certainty that filled me. "It's coming, fast." Reed's face hardened. "Destroy it. Destroy the structure. Now." We didn't question him. Moving with desperate energy, we attacked the grotesque altar, pulling down branches, scattering bones, disrupting the careful arrangements of stones and symbols. The response was immediate and terrifying. The temperature plummeted. The fog thickened, swirling violently around us. That wet, clicking sound erupted from all directions at once, punctuated by howls of rage that seemed to shake the earth itself. "Form a circle," Reed shouted. "Backs together." We complied, 8 men standing shoulder to shoulder, weapons pointed outward into the churning mist. The clicking intensified, moving rapidly around us, drawing closer with each circuit. "I see it!" someone shouted. I followed his aim and caught a glimpse of something moving through the fog, taller than a man, with a silhouette that seemed to shift and change even as I watched. It vanished before anyone could fire. "There!" Another call from the opposite direction. Again, just a glimpse, a suggestion of limbs, an impression of eyes reflecting light that shouldn't have been there in the fog-shrouded clearing. "It's toying with us," Reed said, "hunting us." One of the hunters, a man named Garrison, broke formation suddenly, firing wildly into the mist. "Come on, you bastard!" he screamed. "Get back in formation!" Lyle shouted. Too late. Something massive and dark surged from the fog, enveloping Garrison. His scream cut off with a wet, crunching sound. The shape retreated as quickly as it had appeared, dragging Garrison with it. "Stay together," Reed ordered, as the rest of us instinctively moved to pursue. "That's what it wants." We tightened our circle, pressed together, weapons ready. I felt the pendant growing hotter against my skin, almost burning now. Something was building in the air around us, an electrical tension, a distortion of reality itself. "What's happening?" Lyle asked, voice tight with fear. Reed's expression was grim. "The door is opening." The fog began to rotate around us, forming a perfect circle with our group at the center. Through the swirling mist, impossible shapes moved. Things I can't describe because my mind couldn't properly process what my eyes were seeing. Dimensions folded in ways they shouldn't. Spaces existed where no space should be. And in the center of it all, taking form from the mist itself, was the creature. It stood at least 9 feet tall, its body a nightmare amalgamation of features that seemed to shift and flow. One moment it appeared almost bear-like, the next more canine, then almost human, yet always wrong in fundamental ways. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its face, if you could call it that, contained too many eyes, too many mouths. Its skin rippled with patterns that hurt to look at directly. We fired. Every man emptied his weapon into the monstrosity. It recoiled, howling in pain and rage, black ichor spraying from wounds that closed almost as quickly as they formed. The pendant against my chest suddenly shattered, the fragments burning like hot coals. In that moment I understood, not through thought but through some deeper insight that bypassed my conscious mind. "The symbols!" I shouted. "Reverse the symbols!" Reed understood immediately. While the others continued firing, keeping the creature at bay, Reed and I scrambled to rearrange the stones and sticks we had scattered. We placed them in reverse patterns, guided by some instinct I couldn't explain. The effect was immediate. The swirling fog faltered. The creature's form became less stable, parts of it seeming to flicker in and out of existence. It roared in fury and lunged toward us with renewed desperation. Lyle emptied his final rounds into its face, driving it back momentarily. "Whatever you're doing, do it faster." Reed and I completed the reversed pattern just as the creature gathered itself for another attack. The pendant fragments, still burning against my skin, suddenly disintegrated completely. The world seemed to hold its breath for one eternal moment. Then reality tore. A rift opened in the air itself. Not darkness, but an absence more fundamental, a void that shouldn't exist in our universe. The creature howled as it was drawn toward the opening, its form stretching and distorting even further. It fought against the pull, digging clawed appendages into the earth, reaching for us with limbs that extended impossibly. One of the hunters was caught by a flailing tentacle and dragged screaming toward the rift. Lyle grabbed the man's arm, and I grabbed Lyle's, forming a human chain. For a moment we were locked in a tug-of-war with the creature, the hunter suspended between worlds. Then the hunter's arm simply came apart in Lyle's grip. He vanished into the void along with the creature. The rift collapsed with a sound like thunder, leaving behind nothing but a scorched circle in the clearing and the echoing silence of the forest. We stood frozen, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The fog was thinning rapidly now, sunlight beginning to penetrate between the trees. "Is it gone?" someone finally asked. Reed examined the ground where the rift had opened. "Not gone. Banished. For now." "What the hell was that thing?" Lyle demanded. Reed shook his head. "Something that doesn't belong in our world. Something that found a way in and has been trying to establish itself here. And the symbols? The rituals? I asked. Its way of reshaping our reality to make it more hospitable, creating a bridge between worlds. We gathered what remained of our courage and equipment and made our way out of Deadfall Basin. As we climbed back to the main trail, our radios suddenly crackled back to life. Anyone copy? This is Sheriff Patterson. We've found something at the creek site. Some kind of doorway. Reed grabbed his radio. Sheriff, do not approach any structures. We encountered the entity. It's using these sites to create passages between worlds. Static then. Reed? Thank God. What happened? We'll explain when we meet up. But for now, destroy any symbolic arrangements you find. Completely dismantle them. Understood. Return to the command post immediately. When we reached the trailhead, we found chaos. While we'd been in Deadfall Basin, the creature, or perhaps others like it, had attacked a search team on the eastern ridge. 5 men dead, 7 wounded. One of Dr. Weiss's colleagues was among the casualties. Sheriff Patterson looked haunted when we briefed him on what had happened. Dr. Weiss listened intently, occasionally asking for clarification on the symbols we'd seen and the effects of reversing them. You've confirmed much of what we suspected, she said when we finished. These entities exist in a space between dimensions. They create these ritual sites as anchor points to strengthen their presence in our reality. So is it gone? Sheriff Patterson asked. Reed and Dr. Weiss exchanged glances. Not permanently, she said. You've closed the door for now, but it will try to find another way through. What do we do? I asked. Find and destroy every ritual site in these woods, Dr. Weiss said. Then seal the area. No human activity for at least a year. No logging, no hiking, nothing. Let the natural barriers between worlds strengthen again. The next 3 days were a blur of carefully coordinated expeditions into the forest. Teams of heavily armed men, each accompanied by one of Dr. Weiss's remaining colleagues, systematically located and dismantled every ritual site they could find. 17 in total scattered throughout the mountains in a pattern that, when mapped, formed a massive symbol visible only from above. There were more encounters, glimpses of shapes moving through trees, strange sounds in the darkness, the occasional howl from distant ridges. But nothing like what we'd faced in Deadfall Basin. The entity was weakened, retreating. On the 4th day, as we prepared to dismantle the final known site, a massive storm rolled in. Not a natural storm. The clouds moved wrong, twisting and churning with purposeful malevolence. Lightning struck repeatedly around the ritual site, as if trying to protect it. Sheriff Patterson made the call to proceed despite the danger. As the team approached the site, a complex arrangement of stones and bones on a high ridge, the storm intensified. Wind howled through the trees with a voice that sounded almost human. Lightning struck closer, igniting several trees. Through driving rain and howling wind, the team reached the site and began dismantling it. As the last stones were scattered, a final bolt of lightning struck the center of the circle, but instead of destroying it, the lightning seemed to be absorbed, channeled downward into the earth itself. The ground shuddered. A fissure opened, widening rapidly as the team scrambled to escape. Trees toppled into the growing chasm. Within minutes, what had been a small clearing was a gaping wound in the mountain, 30 feet across, and of unknowable depth. As suddenly as it had begun, the storm dissipated. The fissure stopped expanding, though occasional rumbles suggested instability deep below. Forest Service geologists were called in to examine the phenomenon. Their instruments detected nothing unusual, just a sinkhole, they said, probably caused by underground streams weakening the limestone substrate. Those of us who knew better said nothing. Sometimes explanations are more comfortable than truth. In the aftermath, official reports cited a combination of bear attacks, geographic disorientation, and possible exposure to environmental toxins to explain the deaths and disappearances. The missing were eventually declared dead, their bodies presumably lost in the vast wilderness or destroyed by wildlife. Sheriff Patterson enforced Dr. Weiss's recommendation. With the support of state authorities, the eastern portion of the national forest was declared off-limits due to geological instability and environmental concerns. Logging operations were suspended indefinitely. Dr. Weiss and her remaining colleague left after a week, providing contact information should anything else occur. They took with them detailed documentation of everything we had seen and done. Life in Fallbrook attempted to return to normal. People spoke in hushed tones about the tragedy, creating narratives they could live with. The truth was too monstrous, too impossible to incorporate into daily life. But those of us who had encountered the entity firsthand knew better. We carried the knowledge like a physical weight. Some, like Reed, left town entirely. Others turned to alcohol or prescription medications to dull the memories. I stayed for a while, trying to rebuild my life. But the nightmares continued. And sometimes, on particularly still nights, I would hear distant howls from the mountains. Howls that couldn't possibly be wolves or coyotes. 2 months after the events at Deadfall Basin, I made my decision. I sold my tools, packed my few possessions, and left Fallbrook behind. I drove east, putting as much distance as possible between myself and those mountains. It's been 27 years since I left Fallbrook. I settled in Michigan, about as far from the Pacific Northwest as I could get while staying in the continental United States. I found work as a mechanic here too. Some skills transfer anywhere, and eventually opened my own shop. I married, had a daughter, divorced. Life moved on, but the memories remained. For years I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see something emerging from shadows. I avoided forests entirely for a decade. The nightmares came less frequently, but never disappeared completely. I've told no one the full truth until now. Not my ex-wife, not my therapist, not the handful of friends I've made here. Who would believe it? Who would want to believe it? I stayed in sporadic contact with Lyle for a few years. He remained in Fallbrook longer than I did, eventually taking over management of the sawmill when operations resumed, in carefully selected areas well away from the eastern mountains. He married Marla, which surprised me, but made a certain kind of sense. Shared trauma creates powerful bonds. Our conversations grew less frequent as years passed. The last time we spoke was 2011. He called late one night, voice tight with tension. "It's happening again," he said without preamble. My blood froze. "What do you mean?" "Hikers missing on the North Ridge. 3 in the last month. Sheriff found arrangements of stones and sticks." Sheriff Patterson had retired years earlier, replaced by a younger man who hadn't experienced the events of 1998. "Have you told them what it means?" I asked. "Tried to. They think I'm crazy. PTSD, they said." His laugh was bitter. "I called that Dr. Weiss. Numbers disconnected. Her colleague, too." "What are you going to do?" A long pause. "What we have to." "Lyle, don't. Call in the state authorities, FBI, someone." "With what evidence?" "They sealed those records, Ewan. You know that. Official report says animal attacks and geological events." Another pause. "I just wanted you to know. In case..." "In case what?" "In case I don't call again." I tried to talk him out of whatever he was planning, offered to come back to help. He refused, said he had a group of locals who remembered, who would help him. That was the last time we spoke. I called repeatedly over the next few weeks, but he never answered. Eventually, his number was disconnected. I searched online news archives for any information. A small article in the regional paper mentioned tragic accident claims lives of local mill manager and 4 others in forest fire. Names listed included Lyle Dunnigan and Marla Simmons Dunnigan. I knew it wasn't a forest fire. At least not an accidental one. For years after, I monitored news from the Fallbrook area obsessively. Reports of missing hikers dropped to zero. Whatever Lyle and his group had done, it seemed to have worked, at least temporarily, until last month. I still have automated news alerts set for certain keywords associated with Fallbrook. On March 15, 2025, multiple alerts triggered simultaneously. Unprecedented seismic activity. Unexplained disappearances. Wildlife behaving abnormally. According to the reports, a minor earthquake had opened a fissure in the eastern mountains, precisely where our final team had dismantled the last ritual site. Forest Service personnel investigating the disturbance failed to return. A search party found their vehicles abandoned, equipment scattered. The article included a quote from the current sheriff. "We're dealing with a dangerous situation that may be connected to similar incidents in 1998 and 2011. We've requested federal assistance and are evacuating communities within a 10-mile radius of the affected area." They remembered, or at least some did. But would they know what to do? Would they understand what they were facing? I packed a bag that night, loaded my grandfather's old revolver, not that it would do much good against what awaited in those mountains, but it was better than nothing. I wrote a letter to my daughter explaining where I was going and why, to be delivered if I didn't return. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. "Mr. Thibodeau?" A woman's voice, unfamiliar. "Yes? Who is this?" "My name is Sophia Weiss. You knew my mother, Eleanor." My heart skipped. "Dr. Weiss? How did you find me?" "Mother kept detailed records. Your name features prominently in her Fallbrook file." A pause. "She passed away 3 years ago, but she left protocols in place for certain scenarios. Fallbrook is one of them." "It's happening again, isn't it?" "Yes. A team is assembling. People who have encountered these entities before, people with relevant expertise. We need your first-hand experience." I closed my eyes, memories flooding back. The creature's shifting form, the wrongness of its existence, the deaths of people I knew. "When and where?" I asked. "Portland International Airport. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. A private plane will take us to a facility near Fallbrook." She hesitated. "I should warn you. This incursion appears more significant than previous ones. The entity is stronger now, more established." "How do you know?" "We've been monitoring certain indicators, unusual weather patterns, wildlife migrations, electromagnetic anomalies, all point to a major breach in the dimensional barriers." I thought of Lyle, of the sacrifice he and others had made in 2011. Would I be asked to make the same choice? "I'll be there," I said finally. "Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. One more thing." "Yes?" "Have you been experiencing dreams, particularly vivid ones involving the entity or the forests around Fallbrook?" My throat tightened. The nightmares had returned in recent weeks, more intense than ever. "How did you know?" "It's how they find anchors in our world, through minds that have encountered them before." "You've been marked, Mr. Thibodeau. We all have." After we hung up, I stood at my window for a long time, staring at the night sky. Somewhere across the country, in mountains I had fled decades ago, something ancient and terrible was awakening again. Something that had touched my life, marked me in ways I was only beginning to understand. Tomorrow I would return to Fallbrook, to the forests that haunted my nightmares. I would face again what shouldn't exist in our world but did. I didn't know if I would survive this time, but I knew I had to try. For Lyle, for Walsh, for all those who had been taken by the entity, and for those who would be if we failed. The pendant Dr. Weiss had given me all those years ago had disintegrated during our confrontation with the creature. But sometimes, in the darkness just before dawn, I can still feel its warmth against my skin. A reminder that boundaries exist between worlds, and that some can be strengthened while others can be broken. I don't know what awaits me in Fallbrook, but I know this. Some horrors cannot be escaped, only confronted. Some doors, once opened, must be sealed by those who first glimpsed what lay beyond. My name is Ewan Thibodeau, and I am returning to the woods beyond Fallbrook to finish what began in 1998, to close the door once and for all. I moved to the cabin in October 2019, seeking the peace that only deep wilderness could provide. At 28, I'd grown tired of city noise and the constant hum of civilization. The property sat on 43 acres of dense pine forest in northern Montana, miles from the nearest neighbor. The previous owner, an elderly man named Garrison, had warned me about the isolation during our final walkthrough. "Gets real quiet out here," he'd said, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he handed over the keys. "Some folks can't handle that kind of quiet." I'd laughed then, eager to embrace the solitude. The cabin itself was modest but sturdy. 2 bedrooms, a stone fireplace, and windows that looked out into an endless sea of evergreens. I'd brought my German Shepherd Rex, a loyal companion who'd adapted to our new life with enthusiasm. Together, we'd established routines, morning hikes, evening maintenance, and the simple pleasure of watching seasons change from our front porch. The chicken coop had been my idea, a way to achieve some self-sufficiency while adding life to the property. I'd spent weeks reinforcing it with hardware cloth and steel mesh, creating what I believed was an impenetrable fortress for my dozen hens. The morning ritual of collecting eggs and the gentle clucking of the birds brought a satisfaction I'd never experienced in my previous urban existence. For the first year, everything felt perfect. I'd wake to birdsong, spend my days writing freelance articles, and fall asleep to the comforting sounds of wind through pine needles. Rex would patrol the property with the confidence of a seasoned guardian, occasionally barking at deer or raccoons, but never showing real alarm. The woods felt safe, familiar, almost protective. But paradise has a way of revealing its shadows, and mine began to show themselves gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. The first sign of trouble came in March 2021. I'd set my favorite coffee mug on the porch railing while checking the chicken coop, and when I returned 10 minutes later, it was gone. I searched the ground, thinking it might have fallen, but found nothing. Rex sniffed around the area with unusual intensity, his hackles rising slightly before he whined and moved away. Over the following weeks, other items vanished. A work glove I'd left on the woodpile, a flashlight from the shed. Small things easily misplaced, but the pattern troubled me. I'd lived alone long enough to know my habits, and I wasn't careless with my belongings. The chickens provided the first real evidence that something was wrong. I'd started with 12 birds, but by late spring I was down to 8. No feathers, no signs of struggle, no damage to the coop. The birds simply vanished overnight, as if they'd never existed. I reinforced the enclosure again, adding motion sensors and a battery-powered camera, but the disappearances continued. Rex began acting strangely around this time. He'd stand at the edge of the clearing, staring into the tree line with the kind of focus that made my skin crawl. His ears would prick forward, and he'd emit low, rumbling growls at something I couldn't see or hear. When I'd call him, he'd reluctantly return, but his eyes would keep darting back to the woods. I told myself it was probably a fox or a weasel, maybe a fisher cat that had learned to exploit weaknesses in my defenses. I researched predator behavior, adjusted my barriers, and even considered getting a rooster to alert me to intruders. But deep down, I knew something felt wrong about the whole situation. The woods themselves seemed different. The usual chorus of birds had diminished, and I rarely saw deer anymore. Even the squirrels appeared nervous, chattering frantically at sounds I couldn't identify. Rex refused to venture far from the cabin during our walks, staying close to my side with an alertness that suggested he knew something I didn't. The night of July 15th, 2021, changed everything. I'd been working late on a difficult article, the kind that required multiple drafts and constant revision. The clock showed 1:47 a.m. when I finally decided to call it quits. Rex was already asleep by the fireplace, exhausted from a day of anxious pacing. I was performing my nightly routine, checking doors, turning off lights, ensuring the generator was running properly, when the motion sensor near the shed triggered. The sudden flood of LED brightness cut through the darkness like a blade, illuminating the area where I stored tools and feed. At first, I saw nothing unusual. The light had a tendency to activate when wind moved the pine branches, creating shifting shadows that could fool the sensor. But as I watched through the kitchen window, something moved at the edge of the illuminated area. It was human-shaped but wrong in ways that made my mouth go dry. The figure crouched low, moving with a fluid, predatory grace that no person should possess. Its limbs seemed too long, its movements too quick and jerky. From my vantage point, I could see it examining the chicken coop with the methodical thoroughness of someone who'd done this before. Rex woke with a start, his head snapping toward the window. A growl built in his throat, deeper and more urgent than I'd ever heard from him. The sound seemed to carry across the yard, and the figure froze, turning its head toward the house with unnatural speed. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I'll never forget the way it moved. Like a person pretending to be human, getting the mechanics right but missing some essential quality that would make it convincing. It approached the coop with deliberate steps, and I watched in horror as it began to dismantle my carefully constructed defenses. The reinforced mesh that had taken me hours to install was peeled away like paper. The steel locks I'd installed were twisted open with bare hands. Within minutes, the intruder had created an opening large enough to slip through, and I heard the panicked squawking of my remaining chickens. Rex's barking exploded through the silence, sharp and frantic. The intruder's head snapped up, and for a moment our eyes met across the yard. The distance was too great to make out details, but I felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. There was intelligence in that gaze, a calculating awareness that sent waves of revulsion through my body. I grabbed my Remington 870 from the closet, hands shaking as I loaded it with .00 buckshot. The familiar weight of the weapon provided some comfort, but my military training felt rusty after years of civilian life. Rex continued barking, his voice hoarse with fear and aggression. The intruder straightened to its full height, and I realized it was taller than any person I'd ever seen. Its silhouette seemed to stretch impossibly upward, arms hanging at its sides with the loose, ready posture of a predator. It made no attempt to flee or hide, instead beginning to walk toward the house with measured, deliberate steps. I fumbled for my phone, trying to call for help, but the screen showed no signal. The isolation that had once felt peaceful now seemed like a trap. The nearest neighbor was 12 miles away, and the volunteer fire department would take at least 30 minutes to respond, if they believed my story. The intruder stopped at the edge of the porch light's reach, just visible enough to maintain eye contact. It raised one hand, and I saw fingers that seemed too long, nails that reflected the light like claws. The gesture was almost casual, as if it were greeting a neighbor, but the wrongness of it made my stomach turn. Rex's barking reached a fever pitch, and I realized the intruder was listening to him with the focused attention of someone learning a language. It tilted its head, mimicking Rex's movements with disturbing accuracy. When my dog finally exhausted himself and fell silent, the intruder nodded once, as if satisfied with what it had heard. I raised the shotgun, sighting down the barrel at the center of the figure's chest. My finger found the trigger, and I drew in a breath to steady my aim. But before I could fire, the intruder stepped backward into the darkness, disappearing so completely it might have been a hallucination. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my bedroom, dresser pushed against the door, Rex pressed against my side. The shotgun lay across my knees, safety off, finger ready. Every sound outside, wind through branches, settling timbers, the distant call of an owl, sent adrenaline surging through my system. But it was the sounds that weren't quite right that truly terrified me. Footsteps on the porch that had too many beats, as if the walker had an extra joint in each leg, scratching at the walls that followed no pattern I could identify. The soft thud of something heavy landing on the roof, followed by the creak of shingles under weight. Rex whined continuously, his eyes fixed on the door, ears tracking sounds I couldn't hear. His fear was contagious, confirming that whatever was outside was real, not a product of my imagination. The dog's senses were sharper than mine, and his terror told me more about our situation than any amount of observation could. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like my own voice calling from outside. "Hello? Is anyone there? I need help." The words were perfect, the tone concerned and friendly, but the timing was wrong. The voice came from directly beneath my bedroom window, as if the speaker were standing on nothing but air. I gripped the shotgun tighter, fighting the urge to respond. Some primitive part of my brain recognized the deception, even as another part wanted to help whoever was calling. Rex's growl deepened, and I could see his hackles raised in the dim light. The voice tried again, more insistent this time. "Please, I'm hurt. I need to use your phone." The words were exactly what I might have said if I'd been injured and seeking help, but they came from someone who had never heard human speech before learning to imitate it. I remained silent, and after what felt like hours, the voice moved away. But I could still hear movement around the house. The soft scrape of fingernails on wood, the whisper of fabric against siding, the barely audible sound of breathing that came from too close to the windows. Dawn couldn't come fast enough, and when the first rays of sunlight finally penetrated the forest canopy, I heard the sounds retreat. Whatever was outside seemed to withdraw with the darkness, leaving behind only the memory of its presence and the certainty that it would return. The morning revealed the full extent of the previous night's assault. The chicken coop had been completely destroyed, not just opened, but systematically dismantled. The remaining birds were gone, leaving behind only a few scattered feathers and dark stains on the ground that I didn't want to examine too closely. More disturbing were the tracks around the house. They appeared human at first glance, the right general shape and size. But closer inspection revealed abnormalities that made my skin crawl. The toes were too long, the heel too narrow, and the depth suggested someone much heavier than the slender figure I'd observed. Rex refused to leave the porch, whining whenever I tried to coax him into the yard. His reluctance convinced me that staying was no longer an option. I threw essential items into a duffel bag, clothes, documents, ammunition, and loaded them into my Jeep Wrangler. The drive down the forest road should have been routine, but every shadow between the trees seemed to hide a crouching figure. Rex sat in the passenger seat, alert and anxious, his head constantly turning to track movement I couldn't see. The forest felt different now, hostile and watchful, as if every tree were a potential hiding place. I was halfway to the main highway when I saw it standing in the road ahead. The morning sun cast long shadows through the trees, but the figure was solid and real, blocking my path with casual confidence. It stood perfectly still, arms at its sides, watching my approach with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. I gunned the engine, hoping to scare it away, but the figure didn't move. As I got closer, I could see details that made my hands shake on the steering wheel. Its face was wrong, too pale, too smooth, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. The mouth was too wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. I swerved at the last second, tires screaming on asphalt as I barely missed the motionless form. In my rearview mirror, I saw it turn to watch me go, moving its head in a complete circle without shifting its shoulders. The impossible motion burned itself into my memory, a reminder that I was dealing with something beyond normal human experience. 2 weeks later, I returned to the cabin with 3 friends. Gordon, a veteran like myself, Preston, who worked construction and owned an impressive collection of firearms, and Briggs, a hunter who knew the local wildlife better than anyone. I'd told them about break-ins and vandalism, not wanting to share the full truth until I was certain of their support. We approached the property like a military operation, with planned positions and communication protocols. The cabin looked normal from the outside, but I could see evidence of the intruder's continued presence. Windows that I'd left closed were now open. Items on the porch had been rearranged in subtle ways that suggested someone had been examining them. Inside, the house felt violated. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but the air held a strange scent. Musky and wild, like an animal's den. Rex refused to enter, instead pacing nervously beside the Jeep. My friends began loading boxes while I did a final walkthrough, checking for anything I might have missed. It was Preston who noticed the figure first. "Hey!" he called from the porch, his voice tight with concern. "We've got company." I joined him outside and saw it immediately. The intruder standing at the edge of the clearing, watching our activities with the focused attention of a predator studying prey. In daylight, its abnormalities were even more pronounced. The proportions were wrong, the posture too still, the gaze too intense. Gordon emerged from the house carrying a box, took one look at the figure, and carefully set down his load. "What the hell is that thing?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's been stalking me for months." Briggs joined us, his hunting rifle already in hand. "That's not any animal I've ever seen. Looks like someone playing dress-up, but..." He trailed off, studying the figure through his scope. "The way it's standing, the way it's watching us, that's not human behavior." The intruder began to move, not directly toward us, but in a wide circle around the clearing. Its gait was fluid and predatory, each step placed with perfect precision. It kept its eyes on us throughout the movement, never breaking contact even when the angle should have made it impossible. We finished loading the truck quickly, weapons ready, constantly aware of the figure's presence. It had stopped circling and now stood directly between us and the access road, close enough that we could see details that made our situation clear. This was no human being. The face was a crude approximation of human features, as if someone had described a person to an artist who had never seen one. The eyes were too large, set too far apart, and they didn't blink. The mouth was a gash across the lower face, revealing rows of teeth that belonged on no mammal I'd ever seen. "We need to get out of here," Gordon said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "Now." I was doing a final count of our group when I realized Preston was missing. We'd been so focused on the figure in the clearing that we'd lost track of each other. Panic surged through me as I called his name, receiving no response. We found him behind the cabin, unconscious and badly injured. Deep gashes across his back and arms suggested an attack by something with claws, but the wounds were too precise, too systematic. It was as if the attacker had been studying human anatomy and testing different approaches. Gordon and I carried Preston to the truck while Briggs kept watch. The figure had vanished from the clearing, but I could feel its presence in the surrounding forest. Rex barked frantically from the passenger seat, his attention focused on the tree line where shadows moved independently of the wind. We drove to the hospital in tense silence, Preston unconscious between us. When the emergency room staff asked about his injuries, we blamed a bear attack, the only explanation that wouldn't result in psychiatric evaluation. The doctors accepted our story, though I caught several exchanging glances that suggested they'd seen similar injuries before. Preston recovered, though he never spoke about what happened behind the cabin. He'd been found with no memory of the attack, and the doctors attributed his amnesia to trauma. But sometimes when he thought no one was watching, I'd catch him staring into empty spaces with the expression of someone who remembered more than he wanted to admit. I never returned to the cabin. The insurance company eventually paid out on a claim of vandalism and theft, and I used the money to buy a small apartment in Denver. City noise that had once driven me to the wilderness now feels like protection against the silence that harbors things better left undisturbed. Rex adapted to urban life with visible relief, though he still refuses to approach wooded areas. Sometimes, late at night, I'll find him standing at the window, looking out at the streetlights with the same alertness he'd shown in the forest. When I ask what he sees, he just whines and comes to sit beside me, as if seeking comfort from memories we both carry. The woods of northern Montana remain untouched, 43 acres of wilderness that will never again know human habitation. Sometimes I wonder if the thing that stalked me is still there, waiting for the next person seeking solitude to discover that some places are empty for good reason. I've learned to appreciate the constant hum of civilization, the steady flow of traffic, the voices of neighbors through thin walls. These sounds, once irritating, now remind me that I'm surrounded by humanity, protection against the things that watch from the spaces between. The solitude I once craved has been replaced by a deep need for connection, for the constant reassurance that I'm not alone. Because in the deepest woods, in the places where cell phones don't work and the nearest neighbor is miles away, isolation isn't peace. It's vulnerability. The gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled into Ridgeview Campground just before sunset on that October evening in 2019. At 34, I'd been working these mountains for over a decade, and I knew the rhythm of this place like my own heartbeat. Tonight felt different, though. Wrong. The usual tranquil atmosphere that settled over the grounds at dusk had been shattered by the thunderous bass of speakers and the raucous laughter of young men who clearly had no understanding of where they were. I counted at least 8 tents clustered around a fire that blazed dangerously high, its flames licking toward the low-hanging branches above. The group of college-aged men, probably early 20s, were drunk and getting louder by the minute. Beer cans littered the ground around their chairs, and someone had apparently thought it was a good idea to bring a portable sound system into one of the most pristine wilderness areas in the state. What made my stomach twist wasn't just their disrespect for other campers. I could see families huddled in their tents nearby, children's faces pressed against mesh windows, wide with fear at the aggressive shouting and profanity that cut through the evening air. An elderly couple sat rigidly at their picnic table, the woman clutching her husband's arm every time one of the young men let out a particularly loud whoop or curse. But it was more than disturbed peace that had me worried. These mountains held dangers that city boys like these couldn't begin to comprehend. The local cougar population had been increasingly active this season, pushed down from higher elevations by an early snowfall. Just last week, we'd found fresh kills less than half a mile from this very spot. Deer carcasses with the telltale puncture wounds around the throat, the meat methodically stripped away by powerful jaws. I parked my ranger vehicle at a distance and approached their camp, my boots silent on the pine needle carpet. The smell hit me first, not just beer and charcoal, but something else. Something that made every instinct I'd developed in these woods scream danger. It was the scent of blood, metallic and fresh, mixed with the sweet stench of decay. I realized they'd left food scattered around their campsite. Opened packages of raw hamburger meat, chicken left out on paper plates, even what looked like fish guts from an earlier catch. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady despite the growing dread in my chest. The music stopped abruptly, and 8 pairs of bloodshot eyes turned toward me. "I'm Ranger Davis. We've had some complaints about the noise level." The apparent leader of the group, a heavy-set kid with a backwards baseball cap, stood up unsteadily. "Complaints? We're just having fun, man. It's not even that late." "It's not about the time," I replied, stepping closer. The fire's light cast dancing shadows across their faces, making their grins look skeletal in the flickering orange glow. "It's about what you're attracting." I gestured toward the scattered food, the blood-soaked paper plates, the general chaos of their camp. "You've basically laid out a buffet for every predator within miles. The smell carries for kilometers up here." One of them laughed, a sound that made my skin crawl. "Predators? What, like bears?" "Mountain lions," I said flatly. "We call them ghost cats around here. They're silent stalkers. You won't hear them coming, won't see them until they're close enough to touch. And right now, you've sent out an invitation." The laughter died. I had their attention now, but I could see the skepticism in their faces. These were kids who'd grown up in suburbs, whose biggest wildlife encounter had probably been a raccoon in a garbage can. They had no concept of what lived in these ancient woods. what hunted in the spaces between the trees. "Look," said another one, this one tall and lanky with a patchy beard. "We appreciate the warning, but we're not exactly helpless here. We've got a fire going, plenty of people around. Animals stay away from stuff like that, right?" I felt my jaw clench. Fire and people meant nothing to a hungry cougar. If anything, the combination of light, noise, and the overwhelming scent of meat would draw them in. But I could see I was wasting my breath trying to explain the reality of predator behavior to kids who thought nature was something you watched on National Geographic. "Just keep it down," I said finally, "and clean up that food. Don't wander off alone, especially not to relieve yourselves. If you hear anything moving around your tents tonight, stay inside and stay quiet." As I walked back toward my vehicle, I heard one of them mutter, "What a buzzkill," followed by snickers from the others. Within minutes, the music was back up, not quite as loud, but still echoing off the canyon walls like a dinner bell for everything dangerous in these mountains. Back at the ranger station, I found my partner Danny Rodriguez sorting through incident reports from the past week. Danny had 20 years on these mountains compared to my 10, and his weathered face showed every season he'd spent dealing with both nature and the people who didn't respect it. "Let me guess," he said without looking up. "College kids who think they're camping in their backyard?" "Worse," I replied, slumping into my chair. "They've got meat scattered everywhere, loud music, and zero respect for anything I told them about mountain lion activity." Danny's pen stopped moving. He looked up at me with those sharp brown eyes that had seen too much over the years. "How many?" "8 of them, all drunk, all convinced they know better than the guy who's been working these trails since before they could tie their shoes." "Jesus," Danny muttered, then caught himself. "I mean, God help us all." He set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. "You know what happened last month over at Blackstone Creek, right?" I shook my head, though something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "Group of hikers, similar age, similar attitude. Found them 3 days later. Well, found most of them." Danny's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Rangers said it looked like they'd tried to run, but you can't outrun a cat that's decided you're prey. The campsite was destroyed, tents shredded, gear scattered for hundreds of yards. And the blood..." He trailed off, but I could see in his expression that the details were worse than he was willing to share. "The thing is, we think it started as a bluff charge. Cougar probably just wanted to investigate the scent of food, maybe grab a meal and go. But when people panic, when they run or scream or make sudden movements, that's when a curious cat becomes a killer." I thought about the group I'd just left, about their drunken laughter and casual dismissal of every warning I'd given them. "So what do we do?" "I can't force them to leave." Danny was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window toward the campground where distant music still drifted through the trees. "You know," he said slowly, "sometimes people need to learn respect the hard way. Sometimes they need to understand that nature isn't something you can just ignore or dismiss." "What are you suggesting?" He stood up and walked to one of the storage closets, pulling out a key ring that jangled softly in the quiet station. "Remember that old cougar pelt from the educational program? The one that gives everyone the creeps?" I nodded. The thing had been in storage for years. A massive male that had been hit by a car decades ago and preserved for wildlife education. Even mounted and lifeless, it retained an aura of menace that made visitors uncomfortable. The taxidermist had done too good a job. The glass eyes seemed to track movement, and the snarl was frozen in an expression of pure predatory rage. "And we've got those night vision goggles from the new equipment budget," Danny continued. "Perfect visibility in the dark, completely silent operation." A slow understanding began to dawn on me. "You're talking about scaring them." "I'm talking about education," Danny corrected. "About teaching them what it means to respect the wilderness. About showing them that their arrogance could get them killed." He pulled the pelt from the closet, and even in the fluorescent lighting of the station, it was unsettling. The fur still held that wild scent, that predator musk that triggered something primitive in the human brain. When Danny positioned it upright, supporting it with a makeshift frame, it looked disturbingly alive. "We set up some fake tracks around their camp," he explained. "Use this guy to create a silhouette in their headlight beams. Maybe play some recorded calls. Give them a taste of what they'd face if a real cat decided to investigate their little party." I stared at the pelt, at those glass eyes that seemed to be evaluating me as potential prey. And if they panic? If someone gets hurt running in the dark? Then they learn that actions have consequences, Danny said grimly. Better a twisted ankle from us than what happened at Blackstone Creek. The sun had completely disappeared behind the mountain ridge by the time we finished our preparations. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees, and our breath formed small clouds in the crisp air as we loaded our equipment into the back of Danny's Jeep. The night vision goggles sat in their case like mechanical eyes waiting to grant us supernatural sight, while the cougar pelt lay folded nearby, its dead weight somehow more unsettling than if it had been alive. We'd spent the last hour planning our approach with the precision of a military operation. Danny had found recordings of actual mountain lion vocalizations, not the Hollywood roars that most people expected, but the real sounds. The low, thrumming calls that carried for miles, the chittering contact calls, and most chilling of all, the scream-like mating calls that could freeze blood in human veins. The key, Danny explained as he tested the portable speaker system, is to make them believe they're surrounded. Cats are ambush predators. They don't just charge in from one direction. They circle, they evaluate, they wait for the perfect moment. I nodded, though part of me wondered if we were crossing a line we shouldn't cross. These were still people, however foolish, and we were about to deliberately terrorize them. But then I remembered the scattered meat at their campsite, the dismissive laughter when I'd warned them about real dangers, and I thought about the Blackstone Creek incident that Danny had described. "How do we know there isn't a real cougar in the area?" I asked. "What if our fake hunt draws in something genuine?" Danny paused in his equipment check. "That's the thing about this job. There's always that possibility. But I'd rather have that happen while we're prepared and watching than leave those idiots to stumble into it blind drunk at 2 in the morning." We drove toward the campground with our headlights off, navigating by moonlight and memory along the winding access road. The music was still audible from a quarter-mile away, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to pulse against the mountain silence like a diseased heartbeat. As we drew closer, I could make out individual voices raised in drunken argument about something trivial. Sports, probably, or girls. We parked well outside the range of their firelight and began our approach on foot. Danny carried the speaker system while I hauled the mounted pelt and a bag of tools for creating fake tracks. The forest around us was alive with small sounds, the rustle of nocturnal creatures moving through the underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft whisper of wind through pine needles. But underneath it all was something else, a quality of attention that made the hair on my arms stand up. "You feel that?" I whispered to Danny as we crept through the trees. "Feel what?" "Like we're being watched." Danny stopped and slowly scanned the darkness around us. After a moment, he shook his head. "Just nerves. This whole setup has you spooked." But I wasn't convinced. There was a weight to the silence, a sense of presence that I'd learned to trust during my years in these mountains. Predators had a way of changing the atmosphere around them, of making prey animals go quiet and still. And right now, the forest felt exactly like that, hushed and waiting. We reached the edge of the campground and crouched behind a fallen log to observe the scene. The college group had grown louder and more chaotic in the hours since I'd visited them. Someone had added more wood to the fire, sending sparks high into the air where they danced among the tree branches. Empty beer cans formed small pyramids around their chairs, and the scattered food had attracted insects that buzzed in clouds around the dying meat. "Perfect," Danny whispered. They're so drunk they won't know what hit them. I wasn't so sure. There was something off about their behavior, something beyond simple intoxication. They kept glancing toward the tree line, and their laughter had a forced quality that suggested nerves. Maybe my earlier warning had gotten through to them more than I'd thought. "Look at the one by the fire," I murmured. The heavy-set kid who'd been their spokesman earlier was standing with his back to the flames, staring out into the darkness with an expression I couldn't quite read. Every few seconds, he'd turn his head slightly, as if tracking some sound or movement the rest of us couldn't detect. "He's scared," Danny observed. "Good. That means your speech worked better than you thought." But watching the kid's body language, I wasn't sure fear was the right word. He looked alert, focused, like someone who'd suddenly realized he was in unfamiliar territory and needed to pay attention. It was the expression of a prey animal that had caught the scent of a predator. We spent 20 minutes circling the campsite, using a metal stamp Danny had fashioned to create realistic cougar tracks in the soft earth around their tents. The prints were massive, easily 4 inches across with clear claw marks extending beyond the pads. In the morning light, they would be unmistakable evidence that something large and dangerous had been prowling just feet from where these kids slept. The work was nerve-wracking. Every snap of a twig under our feet, every rustle of fabric as we moved, seemed amplified in the mountain silence. The college group's fire had died down somewhat, and their voices had dropped to more subdued levels. Though whether from exhaustion or growing unease, I couldn't tell. "Okay," Danny whispered when we'd completed our circuit. "Time for the main event." We positioned ourselves on opposite sides of the camp, about 50 yards out in the tree line. Danny had the speaker system and would handle the audio portion of our performance, while I controlled the visual effects, the mounted pelt that would appear in their headlight beams like a living nightmare. The first sound Danny played was subtle, a low, rumbling call that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. It was the kind of noise that bypassed conscious thought and went straight to the primitive part of the brain that remembered when humans were prey. Even knowing it was fake, I felt my pulse quicken and my grip tighten on the pelt's support frame. The effect on the camping group was immediate. Conversation stopped mid-sentence. Someone kicked dirt over the fire, reducing the light and throwing most of their sight into shadow. I heard the metallic scrape of a chair being moved, followed by a whispered, "What the hell was that?" "Probably just wind," came the reply, but the voice lacked conviction. Danny waited a full minute before playing the second call, this one closer and more aggressive. It was the sound a cougar made when investigating potential prey, a mixture of curiosity and threat that every prey species had learned to fear over millions of years of evolution. This time, there was no mistaking the group's reaction. Tent zippers opened and closed rapidly as people ducked inside for flashlights and whatever weapons they might have brought. The beam of a powerful LED light swept across the trees, passing just over my hiding spot. "There!" someone shouted. "I saw eyes." "Where?" "Over by that big pine." I was nowhere near the big pine they were indicating, but Danny had positioned a small reflector in the branches that would catch and return any light directed toward it. The effect would be exactly like the eyeshine of a large predator watching them from the darkness. "Jesus, how big is that thing?" one of them whispered, and I could hear genuine terror in his voice now. "Big enough," came the reply. "Shut up and stay still." Danny's third call was the piece de resistance. A female cougar's mating scream played at full volume. The sound was indescribable, like a woman being murdered mixed with the shriek of tearing metal. It echoed off the canyon walls and seemed to come from everywhere at once, a wall of predatory sound that made my own skin crawl despite knowing its source. The camping group's panic was immediate and total. Flashlight beams swept wildly through the trees as voices rose in fear and confusion. Someone was crying. Whether from terror or alcohol or both, I couldn't tell. "It's circling us," one of them said, his voice cracking. "Listen, it's moving around." and that's when I realized something was wrong. The kid was right. There was movement in the forest, but it wasn't Danny. I could see my partner's position clearly through the night vision goggles, and he was stationary behind his tree, nowhere near where the flashlight beams were tracking. Something else was out there. Something real. My hands trembled as I adjusted the night vision goggles, scanning the tree line for whatever had caught the camper's attention. The electronic green glow of the enhanced vision revealed the forest in stark detail. Every branch, every shadow, every movement of wind-blown leaves. But there, at the edge of my peripheral vision, I caught a flicker of something that made my blood freeze. A shape moved between the trees with fluid grace, too large to be a deer, too purposeful to be anything innocent. For just a moment, it paused in a shaft of moonlight, and I saw the unmistakable silhouette of a large cat. Not our mounted pelt, something alive, breathing, hunting. I fumbled for my radio, trying to signal Danny without making noise that would alert either the campers or the genuine predator now stalking through the darkness. But before I could make contact, the situation spiraled beyond anyone's control. The heavyset camper, the one who'd been their leader, had grabbed what looked like a baseball bat and was backing toward the fire, his eyes wild with panic. "I can see it moving," he whispered to his friends. "Right there, behind that deadfall." He was pointing directly toward Danny's position. "Nobody panic," another voice said, trying to maintain calm. "Just back toward the tents slowly. Don't run." Good advice, if they'd been dealing with our staged encounter. Terrible advice when a real cougar was evaluating them as potential prey. I'd seen enough behavioral studies to know that a mountain lion's hunting instinct was triggered by specific movements and sounds. Running could provoke an attack, but so could the kind of aggressive posturing the camper with the bat was displaying. Danny's voice crackled through my radio, barely audible. "Something's wrong. There's movement on the east side that isn't us." "I know," I whispered back. "Real cat. Southeast of your position, maybe 40 yards. The silence that followed lasted only seconds, but it felt like hours. Then Danny's voice came back, tight with controlled fear. "I see it. Full-grown male, 160 pounds minimum. He's focused on the campers." Through my night vision, I watched the massive cat move with predatory precision, using the terrain and vegetation to mask his approach. His attention was fixed entirely on the group around the fire, and I realized with growing horror that our fake hunt had drawn in something genuinely dangerous. The recorded cougar calls we'd been playing had served as a territorial challenge to any real cats in the area. We'd essentially announced the presence of a rival predator, and this male had come to investigate. Finding instead a group of vulnerable humans surrounded by the scent of fresh meat, his hunting instincts had taken over. "We have to do something," I radioed to Danny. "Like what?" "If we reveal ourselves now, we could trigger an attack. If we stay hidden, those kids are on their own." The camper with the bat took another step backward, and I saw the cat's muscles tense in response. Everything about his posture screamed predator preparing to strike. His tail twitched once, twice, and I knew we were seconds away from catastrophe. That's when I made a decision that probably saved lives and definitely ended my career. I stepped out of the tree line with our mounted pelt held high above my head, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Get to your vehicles now! Everyone move!" The effect was electric. The campers spun toward my voice, their flashlight beams illuminating the massive fake cougar I was holding. But more importantly, my sudden appearance and shouting had startled the real cat, breaking his focused attention on potential prey. For a moment that felt like eternity. The genuine mountain lion was visible at the edge of the flashlight beams, a massive shadow with gleaming eyes that reflected the artificial light like golden mirrors. Then he melted back into the forest with the fluid grace that had earned his species the name Ghost Cat. The campers needed no further encouragement. They abandoned their equipment and ran for their vehicles with the kind of desperate speed that only mortal terror can produce. Tent stakes were left behind, sleeping bags forgotten, coolers and chairs scattered as they fled toward the parking area. Danny emerged from his hiding spot, and together we watched the taillights of 3 vehicles disappear down the mountain road at speeds that probably violated every traffic law in the state. "Well," Danny said after the dust had settled, "that's one way to clear a campground." The silence that followed the campers' frantic departure was deafening. Without their music and shouting, the mountain night reclaimed its natural quiet, broken only by the distant call of an owl and the whisper of wind through pine needles. But the peace felt fragile, like the moment of calm before a storm breaks. Danny and I stood in the abandoned campsite, our flashlights illuminating the chaos left behind. Tents had been abandoned mid-collapse, sleeping bags dragged halfway out of doorways and then dropped. Food containers lay open and spilled, creating an even stronger scent trail that would attract scavengers from miles around. Beer cans rolled in the slight breeze, making soft metallic sounds that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Look at this mess," Danny muttered, kicking at a scattered bag of trail mix. They didn't just leave, they fled like their lives depended on it. Which I realized with a chill, they probably had. The mountain lion I'd seen wasn't just any cat. It had been a mature male in peak condition, the kind of apex predator that could take down a full-grown deer without effort. Humans, especially intoxicated ones, would have presented no challenge at all. "We need to report this," I said, though I dreaded the conversation with our supervisor. "How do you explain that a routine noise complaint had escalated into a staged predator encounter that then attracted a real predator?" "Report what, exactly?" Danny asked. "That we used government equipment to terrorize civilians? That we pretended to be wildlife to scare people off public land?" He had a point. What we'd done was far outside the bounds of our authority, regardless of our intentions. But the alternative, letting those kids continue their drunken party until a real cougar decided to investigate, could have ended in genuine tragedy. As we began the grim task of securing the abandoned campsite, I noticed something that made my stomach clench with fresh dread. The fake cougar tracks we'd planted around the tents were now intersected by real ones. The genuine cat had investigated every spot we'd marked, probably following the scent trails from our boots and equipment. "Danny," I called, my voice tight. "Come look at this." He approached with his flashlight, and I pointed to the overlapping tracks. The real paw prints were slightly smaller than our fake ones, but unmistakably genuine. You could see where the cat's weight had compressed the earth differently, where his claws had left scratches that looked nothing like our metal stamp marks. "He was here," Danny said quietly. "After they left, he came right into the camp. We followed the trail of prints, and what we found made both of us reach instinctively for the bear spray on our belts. The mountain lion had methodically investigated every tent, every abandoned piece of equipment, every scrap of food. His tracks circled the dead fire pit 3 times, as if he'd been trying to understand what had happened here. But it was the final set of tracks that truly terrified me. They led straight to where I'd been hiding during our fake encounter, stopping exactly at the spot where I'd crouched with the mounted pelt. The cat had smelled my presence there, had probably been watching me watch the campers. "How long do you think he was out there?" I asked. Danny studied the tracks with the focused attention of someone who'd spent decades reading sign. Based on the depth and clarity, I'd say he arrived right around the time we started playing the recorded calls. Our fake territory challenge brought him in to investigate. So he was watching the whole time. Watching and evaluating. Trying to figure out why he could hear a cougar but couldn't scent one. When he realized the calls were fake, he started focusing on the real prey. Those kids around the fire. We finished securing the campsite in grim silence, packing away the abandoned gear and cleaning up the scattered food that would have attracted every predator in the area. By the time we were done, my watch showed nearly 3 in the morning. The mountain air had turned bitter cold, and our breath came in visible puffs as we loaded the last of the equipment into Danny's Jeep. But even as we prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched. The sensation was so strong that I found myself constantly checking the tree line, expecting to see those golden eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. "He's still out there, isn't he?" I asked as we climbed into the vehicle. Danny didn't answer immediately. He started the engine and began the slow drive back to the ranger station, but I could see him checking his mirrors every few seconds. "Probably," he said finally. "Cats are curious. He'll want to understand what happened here tonight, what drove away his potential prey. Could take him days to lose interest in this area." Which meant that any future campers who chose this spot would be walking into potential danger. The cat had now associated this campground with easy human prey, and that was a connection that could prove deadly. The ranger station felt like a sanctuary after the tension of the abandoned campsite, but the fluorescent lights couldn't chase away the shadows that seemed to follow us inside. Danny and I sat in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts about what had transpired. The mounted cougar pelt lay on the desk between us, its glass eyes reflecting the overhead lighting in a way that made it appear almost alive again. "We crossed a line tonight," I said finally, voicing what we both knew. Danny nodded slowly. "Question is, did we cross it to prevent something worse, or did we create something worse?" It was a fair question. Our staged encounter had succeeded in driving away the disruptive campers, but it had also attracted a genuine predator to an area frequented by families and inexperienced outdoor enthusiasts. We'd solved one problem by creating a potentially deadlier one. "I keep thinking about those tracks," I continued. "How close he got to their tents. If we hadn't intervened when we did." "But we did intervene," Danny interrupted, "and everyone went home alive. Sometimes that's the best you can hope for in this job." I understood his logic, but it didn't ease the growing weight of responsibility I felt. As rangers, we were supposed to protect both the wilderness and the people who visited it. Tonight, we'd manipulated both in ways that could have had catastrophic consequences. My radio crackled to life, startling us both. The night dispatcher's voice came through clearly. "Unit 7, we have a report of a mountain lion sighting on Highway 12, about 3 miles south of your location. Multiple witnesses report a large cat crossing the road. Be advised that Fish and Wildlife is requesting increased patrols in that area." Danny and I exchanged glances. Highway 12 ran directly away from our campground, following the valley floor toward the nearest town. If the cat was moving in that direction, it could only mean one thing. He was expanding his territory, possibly following the scent trail left by the fleeing campers. "Unit 7 responding," I radioed back. "What's the description of the animal?" "Adult male, estimated weight 150 to 170 pounds. Dark coloration with lighter markings. One witness described it as the largest mountain lion he'd ever seen." The description matched perfectly with what we'd observed. Our ghost cat wasn't content to remain in the high country. He was moving toward civilization, and that made him infinitely more dangerous. "We have to track him," I said to Danny. "If he's heading for populated areas." "With what authority?" Danny countered. "We're park rangers, not wildlife biologists. Fish and Wildlife handles predator tracking. Fish and Wildlife doesn't know what we know. They don't understand that this cat has already associated humans with easy prey. They'll treat this as a routine sighting instead of a potential stalking situation." Danny was quiet for a long moment, staring at the radio as if it might provide answers. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen too much over too many years. "There's something I didn't tell you about the Blackstone Creek incident," he said. "The reason those hikers were never found until it was too late. Fish and Wildlife spent 3 days tracking the wrong cat. They followed sign from a female with cubs while the killer, a lone male just like ours, continued hunting in a completely different area." The implications of his words hit me like a physical blow. "You think our cat could be the same one?" "I think predators don't forget successful hunting grounds. and I think a cat that's killed humans before won't hesitate to do it again. Outside the station windows, the mountain darkness pressed against the glass like something alive and hostile. Somewhere out there, a predator was moving through the night with deadly purpose, following scent trails and instincts that had been honed by millions of years of evolution. "So what do we do?" I asked. Danny stood and walked to the equipment locker, pulling out his service rifle and a box of ammunition. "We do our job. We protect the people in our territory, even if it means bending a few rules. And if we're wrong, if he's just passing through and we're overreacting, then tomorrow we'll be rangers who worried too much instead of rangers who didn't worry enough." He chambered around with a metallic click that seemed to echo off the station walls. I know which one I'd rather be. I understood his reasoning, but watching him prepare for what amounted to a hunt made the reality of our situation sink in. We weren't dealing with a simple wildlife management issue anymore. This had become a matter of life and death, with a predator who'd already shown he was willing to stalk human prey. My radio crackled again. "All units, be advised we have a reported break-in at a residence on Pine Valley Road. Homeowner reports that something large tried to force entry through a sliding glass door. Multiple paw prints found on the deck." Pine Valley Road was less than 5 miles from the campground, in the direction the cat had been traveling. The pieces were falling into place with terrifying clarity. The drive to Pine Valley Road took us through winding mountain curves that seemed to twist deeper into darkness with every mile. Our headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the night, illuminating nothing but empty asphalt and the pressing walls of forest on either side. Danny rode beside me in tense silence, his rifle resting across his lap. Both of us hyper-aware that we were heading toward a confrontation none of our training had prepared us for. The house sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, its porch lights creating a small island of safety in the surrounding wilderness. Sheriff's deputies had already arrived, their patrol cars parked at angles that suggested hasty positioning. I could see the homeowner, a middle-aged woman, standing on her front porch talking animatedly to one of the officers. As we approached, the details of what had happened became clear. The sliding glass door that led from the kitchen to the back deck had been damaged. Not broken, but scratched and dented, as if something had been trying to force its way inside. Large paw prints in the flower bed below showed where the cat had stood on his hind legs to investigate the glass, probably attracted by cooking smells from the evening meal. "Started about an hour ago," the homeowner told us, her voice shaking despite her obvious attempts to remain calm. "I was washing dishes when I heard this scratching sound. Thought it was a tree branch against the house until I turned around and saw those eyes staring at me through the glass." She pointed toward the damaged door, and I could see the scratches clearly. Deep gouges in the metal frame where powerful claws had attempted to find purchase. The glass itself showed stress fractures from the pressure that had been applied. "How long did it stay?" Danny asked. "Maybe 10 minutes, just standing there, watching me. When I moved, it moved. When I backed away from the window, it started trying to get in." One of the deputies, a young man who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, gestured toward the tree line behind the house. "We found a blood trail leading into the woods. Looks like it made a kill back there. Maybe a deer. There's enough blood to suggest something big." Danny and I exchanged glances. A cat that had just fed shouldn't have been investigating human dwellings unless it was developing a specific interest in human prey that went beyond mere opportunism. "Ma'am," I said to the homeowner, "do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight? Maybe family in town? You think it'll come back?" Mountain lions are territorial. If this is part of his range now, he might consider your house a landmark. It's better to be safe. As the woman gathered essential items for an overnight stay elsewhere, Danny and I examined the scene more thoroughly. The paw prints told a story that made my stomach clench with dread. The cat had approached the house from multiple angles, circling the building twice before focusing on the sliding door. His behavior showed planning and persistence that suggested this hadn't been a random encounter. "Look at this," Danny called from the corner of the deck. I joined him to find scratches in the wooden railing, fresh gouges where the cat had sharpened his claws. But more disturbing was what lay scattered on the ground below. Torn fabric that looked like it had come from camping gear, and a metal button that I recognized as standard issue for outdoor equipment. He's been following their trail, I realized. From the campground to the road to here. He's tracking the scent of those campers. Which means he's not just hunting randomly, he's got a specific target in mind. The radio on my belt crackled. All units, we have multiple reports of a large animal on Highway 12 near the town limits. Animal appears to be following traffic, staying just inside the tree line. My blood turned cold. The highway led directly to the college town where most of the campers had probably fled. If the cat was indeed tracking their scent trail, he was heading straight for a population center with thousands of potential victims. "We have to stop him," I said. Danny nodded grimly. "Before he reaches town." We left the deputies to secure the scene and headed back toward the highway, driving with desperate urgency through mountain roads that had never seemed so long or twisted. Every minute that passed was another minute for the cat to get closer to populated areas, another chance for him to encounter hikers or joggers or anyone else unfortunate enough to cross his path. The state highway was empty at this hour, but our headlights soon picked up the reflective strips on a fish and wildlife vehicle parked on the shoulder. 2 officers in khaki uniforms were examining something on the pavement with flashlights. "Fresh tracks," one of them called as we approached. "Big male, moving fast. Crossed here maybe 20 minutes ago, heading northeast." Northeast toward town, toward thousands of people who had no idea that a predator was closing in on their safe, civilized world. "We're going after him," Danny announced, checking his rifle one final time. "Sir, I have to advise against that," the Fish and Wildlife officer replied. "Protocol is to establish a perimeter and wait for the tracking team. We have tranquilizer equipment arriving within the hour." "We don't have an hour," I said. "This cat has already shown aggressive behavior toward humans. If he reaches the town..." I didn't finish the sentence. We all knew what could happen when a large predator encountered unsuspecting civilians in an urban environment. Danny and I left the officials to their protocols and pushed deeper into the forest, following sign that was becoming easier to read as the cat grew more confident in his pursuit. His tracks showed he was no longer trying to avoid human scent trails. He was actively following them, moving with the focused determination of a predator that had chosen his prey. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, as if every other living thing had sensed the presence of death moving through the darkness. Our flashlights created dancing circles of visibility in the black spaces between the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were the ones being hunted now. That's when we heard it. A low, rumbling call that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Not the recorded sounds we'd played earlier, but the real thing. The voice of a predator announcing his presence to any rivals foolish enough to challenge him. He was close, very close. And somewhere ahead in the darkness, moving toward the lights of civilization, was a killer who had learned to associate humans with easy prey. Our hunt was about to become a race against time, with the lives of everyone in the valley hanging in the balance. The decision to hike the remote sections of Kaibab National Forest came after months of planning. My friends and I, Jasper, Michael, and Bella, had researched everything from seasonal weather patterns to wildlife migration. We were experienced hikers, but the Anasazi Trail was notorious for testing even seasoned outdoorsmen with its isolation and difficult terrain. This area has some of the oldest indigenous sites in the Southwest, Michael explained during our final planning session in early June 2023. At 34, he was our unofficial guide, having spent his 20s as a forest ranger before becoming an environmental lawyer. Jasper, my college roommate turned tech entrepreneur, had insisted on documenting everything. "For the channel," he'd say, adjusting his GoPro. At 32, he viewed the wilderness as content for his outdoor adventure series. Bella, a cultural anthropologist specializing in Native American folklore, had joined our group last. She was quieter than the rest of us, more observant. The locals avoid this section of forest, she mentioned casually as we loaded our packs into my Subaru Outback, particularly the northern ridge beyond Blacktail Canyon. Superstition? I asked. She shrugged, adjusting her glasses. Cultural respect, maybe. The Navajo consider some areas sacred or dangerous. I laughed. We're not exactly trespassing on sacred burial grounds. No, she said, her expression serious. But there are stories. The kind that persist for centuries for a reason. The first 2 days of hiking went exactly as planned. We covered 15 miles of stunning terrain. Towering ponderosa pines giving way to ancient juniper and pinon forests, spectacular canyon views, and rock formations that seemed sculpted by otherworldly hands. The nights were clear, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like scattered diamonds on black velvet. It was on the third day that something shifted. We reached the northwestern section of the trail by mid-afternoon. The terrain had grown rougher, less traveled. Michael consulted his topographical map at a junction where the maintained trail dissolved into what looked like game paths. The old ranger station should be about 3 miles ahead, he said, pointing to a barely visible path cutting through dense underbrush. Perfect spot to camp. As we hiked, I noticed something strange about the forest. The usual background noise, birds calling, insects buzzing, the rustle of small animals, had dimmed to near silence. Just the crunch of our boots on pine needles and the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. Anyone else notice how quiet it is? I finally asked. Jasper, who'd been filming the scenery, lowered his camera. Now that you mention it. Bella stopped suddenly, pointing to something off-trail. A crude arrangement of sticks formed what looked like a primitive symbol against a large boulder. 3 intersecting lines with small stones placed at each junction. Someone's idea of trail art? Jasper suggested. Bella shook her head. It's a warning sign. Old. Very old tradition. Warning of what? I asked. Boundary markers. They're saying, don't go further. Michael laughed nervously. Well, the ranger station is just ahead, so someone didn't want company. We continued hiking, but the silence grew heavier, occasionally broken by sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. A branch snapping far to our left, then seconds later, what sounded like footsteps to our right. The ranger station appeared just before sunset, a dilapidated wooden structure partially reclaimed by nature. Its windows were boarded, the porch sagging dangerously to one side. We set up camp in the clearing nearby, beneath a massive ponderosa that offered some shelter. That night around the campfire, Bella told us about skinwalkers, human witches who, according to Navajo tradition, could transform into animals through dark ceremonies. They're said to move unnaturally fast, she explained, her face illuminated by the dancing flames. They mimic human voices to lure victims. Some stories say they wear the skins of animals or even humans. That's seriously messed up, Jasper said, glancing nervously toward the darkness beyond our campfire. It's folklore, Michael replied dismissively. Every culture has monsters representing their darkest fears. Indigenous cultures often use stories to warn about very real dangers, Bella countered. Predators, poisonous plants, unsafe areas. The supernatural elements might be embellished, but there's usually truth underneath. I was about to respond when a sound cut through the night. A high, plaintive cry that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. We all froze. Coyote, Michael said after a moment, but his voice lacked conviction. Mountain lion, maybe, Jasper offered. Bella said nothing, but I caught her making a small protective gesture with her hand. We took turns keeping watch that night, an unspoken agreement. During my shift, I noticed scratching sounds from the roof of the ranger station. When I aimed my flashlight upward, the beam caught nothing but weathered shingles. Just before dawn, during Michael's watch, We were jolted awake by his urgent whispers. "Something's out there," he hissed, pointing toward the tree line. In the gray pre-dawn light, I could just make out a figure. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still among the distant trees. Too distant to make out clearly, but something about its proportions seemed wrong. Its limbs too long, its posture unnaturally rigid. When I blinked, it was gone. "Probably just a deer," Michael said, but none of us believed it. As we packed up camp, I discovered strange markings in the dirt near my tent. A series of prints that started abruptly, continued for several feet, then disappeared. They resembled neither human footprints nor any animal tracks I recognized, elongated, with what looked like too many toes, pressed deep into the soil as if made by something unnaturally heavy. Jasper photographed them while Bella stood back, refusing to look directly at the impressions. "We should leave," she said quietly. "Now." No one argued. The morning fog clung to the forest floor like phantom fingers as we departed the ranger station. Our planned route would take us deeper into the backcountry before looping back toward civilization. But Michael was already suggesting alternatives. "We could cut through Juniper Valley," he said, tracing a line on his map. "It adds about 5 miles, but connects to a Forest Service road." "Why change the plan?" Jasper asked, though his usual enthusiasm had noticeably dimmed. Michael hesitated. "Just thinking about contingencies." I knew better. 20 years of friendship had taught me to recognize Michael's expressions. He was scared, but wouldn't admit it. "I vote for the original route," I said, trying to sound confident. "Whatever we saw, it was probably just wildlife. We're prepared for that." Bella was collecting something from around the perimeter of our campsite, small juniper branches and what looked like sage. She caught me watching and quickly stuffed them into her pocket. "Protection," she mumbled, avoiding my eyes. We set off in tense silence, following a barely visible trail that wound between massive ponderosas. The forest felt different now, watching, aware of our presence. Twice I spun around, certain someone was following us, only to find empty trail behind. Around midday, we stopped in a small clearing for lunch. I noticed Michael counting and recounting our supplies, his brow furrowed. "Something wrong?" I asked. "We're missing food," he replied. 2 freeze-dried meals and a bag of trail mix." "Maybe we ate more than we tracked?" Jasper suggested. "No," Michael insisted. "I inventoried everything yesterday." "Could animals have gotten into our packs at the ranger station?" I offered. "The packs were inside our tents," he countered. "And there's no damage, no chewing. They were simply removed." The implication hung in the air. Someone, or something, had gone through our supplies while we slept. As we continued hiking, the forest grew denser, the trail harder to follow. By mid-afternoon, dark clouds had gathered, and a light drizzle began to fall. We picked up our pace, hoping to reach the next designated campsite before the weather worsened. The rain intensified, soaking through our rain gear. Visibility dropped to mere yards. I was focused on the muddy trail when Jasper suddenly grabbed my arm. "Listen," he whispered. Through the drumming rain came a sound that made my skin crawl. Someone calling Michael's name, the voice distant yet clear, feminine and pleading. "Michael, help me. Michael." Michael went rigid. "That sounds like my sister," he said hoarsely. "But she's in Boston. That's impossible." The voice called again, this time from a different direction, deeper in the forest. "Michael, I'm hurt. Help me." "We need to keep moving," Bella said firmly, gripping Michael's arm when he instinctively turned toward the voice. "Don't listen to it. Don't respond." "But if someone's hurt," Michael began. "It's not your sister," Bella cut him off. "Think logically. How would she be here? Why would she be calling from different locations? It's trying to separate us." As if to confirm her warning, the voice called again, this time from yet another direction, the tone shifting subtly, less human. We quickened our pace, the rain now coming down in sheets. Lightning split the sky, followed by ground-shaking thunder. In the sudden illumination, I glimpsed something moving parallel to our trail, a dark figure loping between trees with unnatural speed. "Run!" I shouted, abandon caution. We sprinted through the downpour, boots slipping on mud and wet pine needles. The forest became a blur of gray and green. I could hear heavy breathing behind me. My friends, I prayed, not something else. The trail suddenly opened onto the edge of a ravine. We skidded to a halt, panting. The drop was at least 30 feet to a rocky stream bed below. "Which way?" Jasper gasped, wiping rain from his eyes. Michael frantically consulted his GPS. Trail should curve left following the ridge. As we turned, Bella screamed. Standing 20 yards away was a figure that defied easy description. Tall and gaunt, it stood on two legs but hunched forward in a way that seemed anatomically impossible. Its skin was taut, gray-brown, stretched over an emaciated frame. Its face, what I could see of it beneath a hood of what looked like animal hide, was long, features distorted. It didn't move toward us. It didn't need to. Its presence alone induced a primal terror I'd never experienced. "Don't run," Bella whispered. "Don't show fear." The creature tilted its head, studying us with eyes I couldn't see but could feel. Then, in a movement too quick to follow, it was suddenly gone, vanished into the curtain of rain. "What the hell was that?" Jasper's voice cracked. "We need shelter," Michael said, visibly shaking. "Now." A mile further, we found a small cave in a rocky outcropping. After carefully checking it for animal inhabitants, we crowded inside, shivering in our wet clothes. "It's following us," I said, as Michael attempted to start a small fire with the driest materials we could find. "We don't know that," he replied automatically, but his hands trembled as he struck his lighter. Bella was unusually quiet, methodically arranging juniper branches at the cave entrance. When she finished, she sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began whispering something that sounded like a prayer or chant. "What is she doing?" Jasper whispered to me. "Protection ritual," I guessed. "Let her be." As darkness fell, the storm intensified. Wind howled at the cave entrance, occasionally bringing strange sounds, scratching, tapping, and once, what sounded like low laughter quickly swallowed by thunder. No one suggested taking watches. None of us would sleep anyway. "If that thing wanted to hurt us, it would have by now," Michael said, more to himself than to us. "It's just trying to scare us off its territory." "It's working," Jasper muttered. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. We were completely cut off. Around midnight, the storm briefly subsided. In the sudden quiet, we heard it. Soft footsteps circling our cave, pausing occasionally as if testing our defenses. Something scraped against the rock outside, a sound like claws or long fingernails. Then came the whispering, unintelligible words in multiple voices, some that chillingly resembled our own. Voices that shouldn't have known our names but called them anyway. Over and over, in tones that ranged from pleading to mocking. Bella's eyes snapped open. "Don't answer," she commanded. "Whatever you hear, whatever it says, don't respond." The longest night of my life continued, each minute stretching into what felt like hours. Just before dawn, exhaustion finally overcame fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. I dreamed of running through endless forest, pursued by something I couldn't see but could sense gaining on me with each step. Just as it was about to catch me, I jerked awake to Jasper's panicked voice. "Guys," he said, face pale in the early morning light. "Michael's gone." Michael's absence hit us like a physical blow. His sleeping bag lay empty, his boots still neatly placed beside it. His backpack remained, containing his water bottle, GPS device, and other essentials, items he would never willingly leave behind. He wouldn't just wander off, I said, examining the cave entrance, especially not without his gear. I was awake until about an hour ago, Bella said, her voice hollow. He was here then. I'm certain of it. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving behind a forest dripping with moisture under clearing skies. We searched the immediate area, calling Michael's name despite Bella's previous warnings about responding to voices. 50 yards from the cave, Jasper spotted something that stopped us cold. A line of strange tracks in the mud. They resembled massive canine prints but were too large, the spacing between them too wide for any wolf or coyote. More disturbing were the drag marks beside them, as if something heavy had been pulled through the underbrush. We need to follow them, I said immediately. That's exactly what it wants, Bella countered, to separate us further. So we leave Michael, I challenged, anger flaring. Assume he's already dead? I'm saying we need to be smart, she replied, maintaining a frustrating calm. If we go rushing after those tracks, we could end up just like him, missing or worse. Jasper had been unusually quiet, filming the tracks with shaking hands. Guys, he said softly, look at this. He played back the footage. Where the tracks should have been, the video showed only undisturbed forest floor. That's impossible, I said, looking down at the clear impressions in the mud, then back at his camera screen. They're right there. Jasper swallowed hard. Not according to my camera. A chill that had nothing to do with the morning air crawled up my spine. Technology doesn't lie, but neither did my eyes. We need to get to the ranger station at Canyon Point, Bella decided. It's staffed year-round about 7 miles southeast according to Michael's maps. And just abandon the search? I demanded. We can't help Michael if we're lost, dead, or taken too, she replied. We need backup. People with radios, emergency services, search and rescue teams. Logic eventually overcame emotion. We gathered our essentials, leaving the heavier items cached in the cave, marked with bright orange surveyor's tape in case we returned. I took Michael's GPS unit, thankful he'd preloaded detailed topographical maps of the entire region. As we hiked, I noticed Jasper constantly checking his GoPro footage. What are you looking for? I finally asked. Anything the camera might see that we don't, he replied. Or vice versa. Around noon, we reached a ridge overlooking a vast canyon. According to the GPS, we were making good progress toward Canyon Point. The forest had thinned, offering better visibility and, temporarily at least, a greater sense of security. We paused to rest and eat the last of our protein bars when Jasper suddenly grabbed my arm. Did you hear that? At first, I heard nothing beyond the rustle of wind through pine needles. Then it came. Michael's voice, distant but unmistakable. Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm lost. Michael! Jasper shouted before Bella could stop him. Don't answer, she hissed, but it was too late. Guys, is that you? I can hear you. Follow my voice. The voice sounded like Michael. The same inflections, the same slightly nasal quality. But something was wrong. It came from the opposite direction of the ranger station, deeper into the wilderness. It's not him, Bella insisted. Remember what I told you about skinwalkers? They mimic voices. But what if it is? Jasper argued. What if he escaped and needs help? The voice called again, more desperate now. Please, I'm hurt. I can see you on the ridge. Please help me. I scanned the forest below with my binoculars, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing but trees swaying in the wind. Michael has a whistle on his pack, I said slowly. Standard emergency procedure is 3 short blasts. Michael, I called out. If that's really you, use your emergency whistle. We waited, tense and silent. No whistle came. Instead, the voice changed, growing distorted, elongating the vowels unnaturally. Please help me. Then, chillingly, it switched to a perfect imitation of my voice. If that's really you, use your emergency whistle. Jasper went pale. Oh God. We keep moving, Bella said firmly. Now. We practically ran along the ridge, the voice following us, jumping locations with impossible speed, cycling through imitations of all of us, even Bella, whose voice it shouldn't have heard enough to mimic so perfectly. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion forced us to slow our pace. The voices had stopped, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. Every shadow among the trees seemed to conceal something waiting, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. 2 more miles to Canyon Point, I announced, checking the GPS. That's when we found the first marker, a crude circle of stones with what looked like animal bones arranged in its center. The bones were fresh, strips of meat still clinging to them. Don't touch it, Bella warned. Don't even look at it too long. 100 yards further, we found another. This one made of twisted branches forming a human-like shape, tiny animal skulls where the eyes should be. They appeared with increasing frequency as we continued, macabre totems marking our path like breadcrumbs laid out in reverse, not to help us find our way, but to lead us somewhere we didn't want to go. It's hurting us, Bella whispered, trying to drive us off the path to Canyon Point. The GPS showed we were less than a mile from safety when we encountered the most disturbing marker yet. Michael's backpack, which we'd left in the cave, now hanging from a tree branch directly in our path. It was empty, turned inside out like a flayed animal. Jasper retched at the sight. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. How had it retrieved the pack? How had it gotten ahead of us? Bella grabbed my arm, her fingers digging painfully into my flesh. Run, she said simply. Don't stop for anything. We ran as the daylight began to fade, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I could hear something moving parallel to us in the denser forest, not trying to catch us, just pacing us, toying with us. Jasper stumbled, crying out as his ankle twisted. I turned back to help him, and in that moment, saw it. The creature from the storm, watching us from between 2 massive pines. In the fading light, I could finally see its face clearly. Or rather, what passed for a face. The features were wrong, as if someone had tried to create a human countenance without fully understanding human anatomy. Its eyes reflected the dying sunlight like a predator's. It smiled, revealing too many teeth. Keep moving, I told Jasper, hauling him to his feet. Don't look back. Full darkness had fallen by the time the trees thinned, revealing the welcome sight of solar-powered safety lights marking Canyon Point Ranger Station. We staggered the final 100 yards, Jasper leaning heavily on me, Bella bringing up the rear, constantly checking behind us. As we approached the station's entrance, the door opened and a uniformed ranger stepped out, alerted by our commotion. What happened to you folks? He asked, taking in our disheveled, wild-eyed appearance. Our friend, I gasped. He's missing. Something's out there. Something's hunting us. The ranger's expression shifted from concern to caution. He ushered us inside, where fluorescent lights and normalcy, radios, computers, maps on walls, seemed almost surreal after what we'd experienced. When did your friend go missing? He asked once we'd caught our breath. This morning, Bella answered, from a cave about 7 miles northwest of here. The ranger, his nameplate read Stevens, frowned. That's restricted land, part of the tribal reservation. You shouldn't have been camping there. We got lost in the storm, I explained. Stevens radioed his colleagues reporting a missing hiker. He took our information, Michael's description, details of our route. The whole process felt absurdly normal, inadequate against the horror we'd experienced. Search and rescue can't go out until morning, he informed us. But we'll contact tribal police to check those areas on their side of the boundary. You don't understand, Jasper said, voice cracking. It wasn't just getting lost. There's something out there. It hunted us. It imitated our voices. Stephen's expression remained professionally neutral, but I caught the quick glance he exchanged with his colleague, the look people give when dealing with hysterical tourists. The forest can play tricks on your mind, he said carefully. Exhaustion, dehydration, fear, they can cause hallucinations, confusion. We all saw it, I insisted. All three of us. Why don't you get some rest? Stephen suggested. There are cots in the back room. We'll wake you when the search team assembles at dawn. Too exhausted to argue, we accepted, following him to a small room with 4 military-style cots. I collapsed onto one, muscles aching, mind racing despite my fatigue. Just before sleep claimed me, I heard the Rangers talking in low voices. "4th report this season," one murmured. "Always the same section of forest." "Tribal Council warned us," Stevens replied. "Said something woke up out there when they started that unauthorized excavation last year." "You think they'll find the missing guy?" A long pause. "No, they never do." I dreamed of Michael. In the dream, he stood at the edge of a dark forest, his back to me. When I called his name, he turned slowly, revealing a face that wasn't quite his. The features subtly wrong, as if something wearing his skin hadn't quite figured out how to arrange the details. "You left me," Dream Michael said, his voice distorting mid-sentence into something inhuman. I woke gasping, the ranger station's emergency lights casting everything in a dim red glow. The digital clock on the wall read 3:17 a.m. Jasper and Bella were still asleep on their cots, Jasper twitching and mumbling in the grip of his own nightmares. Something felt wrong. The station was too quiet. No radio chatter, no movement from the main room where the Rangers should have been monitoring communications. I swung my legs off the cot, wincing as my blistered feet touched the cold floor. Moving silently, I approached the door separating our room from the main office. It was partially open, and through the gap, I could see the station was empty. No Rangers at their desks, no sign of activity. "Stevens?" I called softly, pushing the door wider. No response. The main entrance stood ajar, letting in a ribbon of moonlight across the floor. Outside, the generator hummed steadily, but the main power seemed to be off. Only emergency lighting remained. I moved to wake the others when a sound froze me in place. Soft footsteps on the wooden porch outside, followed by a gentle scratching at the doorframe. Through the open door, I saw a silhouette. Human-shaped but proportioned all wrong, limbs too long and thin. It paused at the threshold, as if testing whether it could enter. Without thinking, I slammed the door shut and threw the deadbolt, heart hammering against my ribs. "What's happening?" Bella was awake now, instantly alert. "It's here," I whispered. "Where are the Rangers?" She slipped from her cot, quickly checking the small room's windows. All secure. "Wake Jasper," she ordered, her calm efficiency somehow more terrifying than panic would have been. "Check if there's a back exit." The scratching at the door became more insistent, no longer cautious but demanding. The metal doorknob rattled, turned one way, then the other. Jasper's eyes snapped open when I shook him. "Is it time to go?" "We need to move now," I said, helping him up. It found us. The main door shuddered as something heavy slammed against it from outside. The deadbolt held, but the frame cracked audibly. Bella had located a back door, an emergency exit with a push bar. "This leads to the helipad," she reported. "If we can reach the vehicle bay, there might be a Ranger truck we can use." Another impact shook the main door, wood splintering around the hinges. "Now or never," I said, grabbing Michael's GPS unit and my pack. Bella pushed the emergency exit open, triggering an alarm that shrieked through the station. We didn't care about stealth anymore. Only escape mattered. Outside, concrete steps led down to a small helipad, empty of aircraft. Beyond it stood a metal building, the vehicle bay. We sprinted across open ground, painfully visible in the moonlight. Behind us, the station's main door crashed inward. I didn't look back. The vehicle bay's side door was locked. Jasper grabbed a rock and smashed a window, reaching through to unlock it from inside, heedless of the glass slicing his arm. We tumbled inside, finding a single Forest Service truck. The keys hung on a board by the door. Small mercies. "I'll drive," I said, snatching them down. "Jasper, passenger seat. Bella, get in the back. Look for anything we can use as weapons." I turned the key, the engine roaring to life. The bay door was closed, but a button on the wall activated its automatic opener. Agonizingly slowly, it began to rise. In the rearview mirror, I saw a figure loping across the helipad toward us, moving with that unnatural, jerky gait, covering ground with impossible speed. Come on," I muttered as the door lifted inch by inch. "It's almost on us," Bella shouted. The moment the opening was high enough, I floored the accelerator. The truck shot forward, scraping its roof against the door but breaking free onto the access road. In the side mirror, I caught a glimpse of our pursuer, standing in the middle of the road, unnaturally still, watching us escape. Even at this distance, I could feel its rage. I drove recklessly fast down the winding forest road, putting as much distance between us and the station as possible. No one spoke, the only sound our ragged breathing and the truck's engine straining against the steep terrain. "The Rangers," Jasper finally said. "Do you think—" "Don't," I cut him off. "We don't know anything for certain." Bella was examining her phone. "I have a signal," she reported. "Weak, but it's there." She dialed 911, briefly explaining our situation. Missing hiker, abandoned ranger station, need for immediate assistance. From her increasingly frustrated responses, I gathered she wasn't being taken entirely seriously. "They're sending state police to meet us in Oak Ridge," she said after ending the call. "About 30 miles from here." "Did they believe you about the creature?" Jasper asked. "I didn't mention it," she replied. "I focused on Michael being missing and the Rangers not being at their post. That was enough to get a response." Dawn was breaking as we reached the small town of Oak Ridge, a collection of buildings along the main highway, most still dark at this early hour. I pulled into the parking lot of the sheriff's station, where 2 patrol cars waited. The officers who met us looked sleep-deprived and skeptical, taking our statements separately. I stuck to the facts I knew they'd believe. Michael's disappearance, the empty ranger station, our flight in the Forest Service vehicle. I omitted the skinwalker, the voice mimicry, the impossible footprints. They seemed most concerned about the missing Rangers and the stolen truck. "We've got units heading up to Canyon Point now," the senior officer, Deputy Marshall, informed us after we'd given our statements. "Search and rescue is mobilizing for your friend." "You need to check the cave where he went missing," I insisted. There were tracks, drag marks. "We'll coordinate with tribal police," he assured me. "That area is technically on reservation land." "When can we go back to help with the search?" Jasper asked. Deputy Marshall's expression hardened slightly. "You folks aren't going anywhere until we sort this out. Technically, you're persons of interest in multiple investigations now." "We're victims, not suspects," I protested. "Then you've got nothing to worry about," he replied evenly. "We've arranged rooms for you at the motel across the street. I suggest you get some rest and clean up. We'll have more questions later." It wasn't until we were alone in the motel room, a dated 2-bed unit with faded wallpaper and the persistent smell of old cigarettes, that we could speak freely. "They think we're crazy," Jasper said, slumping onto one of the beds, "or that we did something to Michael." "They think we're suffering from exposure and hallucinations," Bella corrected. "Shared delusion brought on by stress and fear." "And what do you think?" I asked her. She was standing by the window, watching the first search and rescue vehicles assembling in the sheriff's station parking lot. "I think whatever took Michael won't let them find him," she said quietly. "And I think our story, The full story can never be told, because no one would believe it. I knew she was right. We had no evidence beyond our testimony. Jasper's camera had failed to capture the creature or the tracks. The rangers at Canyon Point might turn up with perfectly reasonable explanations for their absence. Without proof, we were just three hysterical hikers who'd abandoned their friend and stolen government property. So we just give up? Jasper demanded. Pretend it never happened? We cooperate with the authorities, I said, making the decision even as I spoke. We help with the search for Michael. We give them the sanitized version. Got lost in the storm. Michael wandered off. We panicked and fled to the ranger station, found it empty, borrowed the truck in an emergency. And the skinwalker? Bella asked. Mass hallucination induced by toxic mushroom spores, I suggested. Or carbon monoxide from a faulty camp stove. Something plausible. Jasper shook his head, disgust evident on his face. So Michael becomes just another missing hiker statistic. Case file gathering dust when we know what really happened. What choice do we have? I asked. Tell them the truth and end up sedated in psychiatric evaluation? We lapsed into exhausted silence, the weight of our experience and our decision settling over us like a shroud. Later that day, we joined the search effort, directing teams to the cave where Michael had vanished. They found our cached supplies exactly as we'd left them, but no sign of Michael or his backpack, the one we'd later found hanging from a tree. No unusual tracks, no markers, no evidence of anything supernatural. For 3 days, search teams combed the forest. Helicopters with thermal imaging swept the canyons. Cadaver dogs searched ravines and waterways. Nothing. On the 4th day, they found Michael's boot beside a steep ravine 5 miles from our cave. Subsequent searches revealed scraps of his clothing scattered along the ridge. The official theory: Michael had wandered off, become disoriented, and fallen. Animals had scattered his remains. With no body recovered, the case remained technically open but effectively closed. We were cleared of any involvement, our story of panic and confusion at the ranger station accepted. The rangers themselves had been called to an emergency on another part of the forest, their absence explained away as unfortunate timing. We were free to go home, to resume our lives, to try to forget. But I knew we never would. 6 months later, I still couldn't sleep through the night. My apartment in the city should have felt safe. 7 floors up, surrounded by the comfort of civilization, far from silent forests and watchful shadows. But darkness brought the dreams, and with them, the certainty that something had followed us out of those woods. I wasn't alone in my ongoing torment. Jasper had abandoned his outdoor channel, selling his equipment and taking a desk job that kept him firmly indoors. Our regular check-ins consisted mostly of comparing medication dosages and therapist recommendations. Bella had disappeared from our lives shortly after the official search ended. Her university colleagues said she'd taken an extended leave to pursue field research with a Navajo elder who specialized in traditional protection rituals. Her last text to me had been cryptic. It knows our names now. Stay vigilant. I tried to move on. I told myself that grief and trauma could explain everything we'd experienced. The figures in the forest, the impossible tracks, the voice mimicry. Stress-induced psychosis, the therapists suggested. PTSD manifesting as paranoid delusions. I almost believed them. Almost. Until the phone calls started. The first came at 3:17 a.m., exactly 3 months after Michael's disappearance. I fumbled for my phone in the darkness, assuming it was Jasper having another panic attack. Hello? I mumbled, still half asleep. Silence on the line, then breathing. Not human breathing, but something that approximated it, like an animal trying to mimic the sound. Then Michael's voice, distorted as if coming through water. Why did you leave me? I hung up, hands shaking so badly I dropped the phone. When I checked the call log, there was no record of any incoming call. A week later, it happened again. Same time, same voice, different message. It's wearing me now. After the 3rd call, I changed my number. It didn't help. The calls found me anyway, always at 3:17 a.m., always with Michael's voice delivering increasingly disturbing messages. I installed security cameras in my apartment. They never showed any intruders, but occasionally malfunctioned between 3 and 4 a.m., the footage replaced by static or, more disturbingly, by images of empty forest trails. In April 2024, almost a year after our fateful hike, I received a package. No return address, postmarked from a small town near the Navajo reservation. Inside was a leather pouch containing dried herbs and what looked like animal teeth, along with a note in Bella's handwriting. Wear this. It can't protect you completely, but it mutes your presence. I've learned things. It doesn't just hunt bodies. It hunts souls. Michael's essence is trapped. It uses him to reach us. I'm going back to find him. Don't try to contact me. I wore the pouch, feeling foolish but desperate. The phone calls stopped immediately. 2 weeks later, Jasper called me, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. The ranger station burned down, he said without preamble. Canyon Point. It's all over the local news there. I pulled up the story online while we talked. A devastating fire had destroyed the ranger station where we'd sought refuge. 2 rangers had died, trapped inside. Authorities suspected arson. That's not all, Jasper continued. They found remains in the forest nearby. They think it might be Michael. My heart lurched. After all this time? Preliminary ID based on dental records, he confirmed. They're saying animals must have buried parts of him, which is why the initial search missed it. Something about this felt wrong. Wrong in the same way as the figure in the forest had felt wrong. The proportions off, the details not quite fitting. I'm going back, I said suddenly, surprising myself. Are you insane? Jasper's voice rose. After everything that happened? Exactly because of everything that happened, I replied. This doesn't feel right, Jasper. Michael's remains suddenly turning up near a suspiciously timed fire? What if it's Bella? What if she found something and now she's in danger? Or what if it's a trap? He countered. What if it's trying to lure us back? He was right, of course. The rational part of my brain screamed warnings, but another part, the part that had been living in suspended fear for nearly a year, needed resolution, needed to understand what had really happened in those woods. 3 days later, I was driving back toward Kaibab National Forest, Bella's protective pouch around my neck, my car packed with supplies that included sage bundles, silver jewelry, and other protective items I'd researched obsessively. I had no real plan, just a compulsion to return to where it all began. I would speak with the authorities about Michael's remains, visit the burned ranger station, perhaps try to find Bella or the Navajo elder she'd mentioned. The forest looked different in springtime, vibrant green, alive with bird calls and the scent of new growth. It should have been beautiful. Instead, every shadow between the trees held potential menace. Every unexpected sound made me flinch. I checked into a motel in Oak Ridge, the same one where we'd stayed after our escape. Deputy Marshall was now Sheriff Marshall, and he remembered me immediately when I visited the station. Didn't expect to see you back here, he said, studying me over his coffee mug. Most people who go through what you did avoid this place like the plague. I heard about Michael's remains, I explained. I wanted to, I don't know, get closure, I guess. Marshall's expression softened slightly. Medical examiners still processing everything. Preliminary report indicates animal predation, exposure, no signs of foul play. And the fire at Canyon Point, any connection? His eyes narrowed. Why would there be? I backpedaled. Just seems like a strange coincidence. Investigation's ongoing, he said, suddenly formal. Looks like electrical failure during a storm, but we haven't ruled anything out. I asked about Bella, describing her research with a Navajo elder. Marshall shook his head. Reservation business is reservation business, he said. Tribal police don't share much with us unless it involves non-tribal citizens. As I turned to leave, he called after me. Word of advice? See what you need to see, then leave. This forest, it doesn't welcome everyone. The burned skeleton of Canyon Point Ranger Station stood as a blackened monument against the green forest. Yellow police tape surrounded the perimeter, but no officers were present when I parked on the access road and approached on foot. Standing before the ruins, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu, not remembering our escape, but something older, more primal, like recognizing a place from a half-forgotten dream. You shouldn't be here, a voice said behind me. I spun around to find an elderly Native American man watching me from the tree line. His weathered face was impassive, but his eyes held knowledge and warning. I'm looking for someone, I said. A woman named Bella. She was researching with a Navajo elder. Isabella Young, he nodded. Joseph Bigay's apprentice. My heart leaped. You know her? Is she okay? She crossed boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, he said. Sought knowledge that comes with a price. Please, I said, desperation creeping into my voice. I need to find her. Something happened to us in these woods last year, something that took our friend. The old man studied me, his gaze uncomfortably penetrating. Finally, he gestured for me to follow him. Your friend's essence was taken by the Yi Nald Lushi, he said as we walked a narrow trail away from the burned station. What you would call a skinwalker, but that name is inadequate. It is older than such words, older than the people who first named it. Is it still out there? I asked, scanning the trees nervously. It has always been out there, he replied, but it sleeps for long periods, awakening only when disturbed or when called. We didn't call it, I protested. Not intentionally, he agreed. But the archaeological team that excavated the ancient sites 2 years ago, they disturbed things better left buried, broke seals that had contained the entity for centuries. He led me to a small cabin hidden in a grove of aspens. Inside, maps covered one wall, marked with symbols I didn't recognize. Photos and newspaper clippings formed a timeline of disappearances dating back decades. Your friend Bella was here, he confirmed, pointing to a journal on the table. She believed your friend Michael could be saved, his essence recovered. And can he? I asked. The old man's expression grew somber. The remains they found weren't his, not entirely. The entity constructs vessels from parts of its victims, mixed with earth and wood and its own essence, puppets to lure more prey. Horror crawled up my spine. Then Michael is beyond conventional rescue, he finished. But Isabella believed his essence could be freed through the right ritual at the right location. Where is she now? He hesitated. She went to the cave where your friend vanished. 3 weeks ago. She hasn't returned. My nightmare was evolving, expanding. Not just Michael lost, but Bella too. Both taken by something ancient and incomprehensible. I need to find her, I said. You wear her protection, he noted, gesturing to the pouch around my neck. It masks you from the entity's awareness, but it won't hide you if you enter its territory directly. I can't just leave her out there. The old man sighed deeply. I cannot stop you, but know this. The entity feeds on fear and desperation. It has been drawing you back here from the moment you escaped. Your return is part of its design. Then what should I do? I asked, frustration mounting. Just accept that it has my friends and walk away? No, he said. You must understand what you face. The remains they found, the fire at the ranger station, these were messages. It wants you to know it can reach beyond the forest. That no distance is safe. He removed a leather-bound book from a shelf, opening it to reveal diagrams and text in a language I didn't recognize. Isabella studied these, he explained. Ancient methods of binding such entities, trapping them again within sacred geometries and ritual boundaries. Did she try to perform such a ritual? I asked. Yes, he confirmed. At the cave. But something went wrong. The preparation takes days, and the entity is not passive. It defends itself. I spent hours with the old man. His name was Samuel, though he said it wasn't his true name, learning about what we'd encountered. The entity was neither ghost, nor animal, nor human, but something that existed in the spaces between categories, feeding on fear and life essence, collecting identities like trophies. It's strongest at the boundary between day and night, Samuel explained. Dawn and dusk are when it hunts most actively, and it cannot easily cross running water or enter dwellings without invitation. It entered the ranger station, I pointed out, after it was abandoned by its guardians. He corrected. Places hold protection only while maintained by human presence and belief. By nightfall, I had made my decision. I would go to the cave, following Bella's path, carrying the ritual materials Samuel provided. He couldn't accompany me. His age and health prevented such a journey, but he marked my maps and taught me the basic protective measures. If Isabella lives, you will find her near the cave, he said as I prepared to leave. If not, do not linger. Complete the binding ritual if you can, but your own survival must take priority. The entity cannot be killed, only contained. I spent that night in Samuel's cabin, surrounded by protective symbols. For the first time in months, I slept without nightmares. At dawn, I began the hike to the cave where Michael had vanished. The forest felt watchful, but not immediately threatening. Bella's pouch kept me hidden, Samuel had assured me, as long as I followed certain protocols. No bloodshed, no fear expressed openly, no responding to voices. The journey took most of the day. Around mid-afternoon, I found the first sign of Bella, a protective circle of stones and symbols matching those Samuel had shown me. From there, similar markers appeared every quarter mile, leading me toward the cave like breadcrumbs. The cave entrance looked exactly as I remembered it, but the surrounding forest had changed. The trees nearest the opening were dead, their bark blackened as if burned, though no fire had been reported in this area. The ground was barren, no undergrowth or spring flowers, just bare earth marked with strange depressions, not footprints exactly, but suggestions of movement, as if the ground itself had been wounded. Inside the cave, I found Bella's campsite, a sleeping bag, backpack, and ritual materials arranged in careful patterns. A journal lay open beside a cold fire pit, the last entry dated 3 days earlier. The binding progresses but requires human essence freely given as catalyst. I understand now what must be done. If successful, both Michael and I will be freed. If I fail, the pouch I sent will protect the others as long as they wear it. The entity cannot be destroyed, but it can sleep again for centuries if properly contained. I go now to complete what I started. Beyond the campsite, deeper in the cave, I found the ritual circle, an intricate pattern of symbols drawn in what looked like mixed ash, ochre, and dried herbs. At its center lay Bella's ritual knife, its blade clean and catching the beam of my flashlight. The circle was incomplete, one section smudged, the pattern broken. Whatever Bella had attempted, she hadn't finished it. I had a choice to make. Complete the circle and attempt the binding ritual myself, or retreat with what I'd learned, perhaps return with more help. As I stood contemplating, a sound echoed from the cave depths. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like stone against stone. "Bella?" I called, immediately regretting breaking my silence. The tapping stopped. Then came a voice, Bella's voice, but wrong, the cadence slightly off. "You came back," it said, pleasure evident in its tone. "I knew you would." A figure emerged from the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam, humanoid but moving with that now familiar wrongness, joints bending in impossible ways. In the dim light, it might have passed for Bella, if not for the too long limbs, the unnaturally angled neck. "She failed," the thing said, gesturing to the incomplete circle. "But you could succeed where she faltered. All it requires is your essence, freely given." It extended a hand, too many fingers, too long, offering Bella's journal. The final steps are detailed here. It continued, its approximation of Bella's voice improving with each word. A simple exchange, your friend's essence released, bound by yours in its place. My pulse pounded in my ears. The protection pouch around my neck felt suddenly hot against my skin. "Where is she?" I demanded. "Where's Bella?" The creature's head tilted at an impossible angle, its features shifting subtly between one blink and the next. "Here," it said, gesturing to itself. "There." It pointed deeper into the cave. "Everywhere and nowhere, as your other friend is." It took a step toward me, and the protection pouch flared with heat, causing the creature to hiss and retreat slightly. "That will not protect you forever," it said, its voice no longer attempting to mimic Bella's, but becoming something older, deeper. "Its maker is gone. Its power fades." I made my decision in that moment, backing slowly toward the cave entrance. The binding ritual was beyond my abilities, and whatever had happened to Bella and Michael was unlikely to be reversed by one person with limited knowledge. "You cannot escape what you've seen," the creature called after me. "What you know. We are connected now, you and I. I will find you in dreams, if not in flesh." I ran from the cave, heart hammering, the creature's laughter following me into the sunlight. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked miles away on the forest access road. As I drove away from Kaibab National Forest for the last time, I knew the creature was right about one thing. I could never truly escape what I'd experienced. Michael and Bella were gone, consumed by something ancient and patient, something that would eventually find me too, when the protection failed. But I also knew what Samuel had told me. These entities feed on fear and desperation. By rejecting both, by refusing to play the role of victim, I might not defeat it, but I could deny it satisfaction. I still wear Bella's protective pouch. I still wake at 3:17 a.m., though no phone calls come. Sometimes, when hiking in city parks or walking through crowded streets, I catch glimpses of wrong-proportioned figures at the edge of my vision, gone when I turn to look directly. I've written this account not as warning. Those who need warnings will ignore them, and those who heed warnings need none, but as testament. Something ancient hunts in remote forests. Something patient watches from the spaces between trees. And sometimes the most terrifying truth is not that monsters exist, but that they've always been there, waiting for us to venture too far from safety, too close to boundaries we were never meant to cross. If you find yourself in deep woods and the birds fall silent, if you hear your own voice calling from places you're not, if you see movement at the corner of your eye that vanishes when you turn to look, remember this. Don't answer. Don't look too long. And whatever you do, don't follow.